gatherings where the purpose is for couples to engage in sexual activity with other participants, right? One of the more notable ones referred to as the full-blown farm. A private upscale event that takes place in Colorado at the Sorry, do you want to score quick this weekend?
kid. You gotta just go for it. Don't think about what comes after or what came before. You just gotta bend your knees, take a deep breath, and jump. And you might think, what if I fall? Well, what if you don't? What if you fly?
Squirrel Creek this weekend and struck their little boots. Up to 2,000 guests attend weekly in order to socialize, take in the upscale ambiance, and enjoy a fine dining experience. It features multiple group play areas as well as swing, St. Andrew's crosses, spectator benches, and special events like phone parties. Also, just want to say, I did say 2,000 a week. Yeah, it's a lot. People are expected to dress nicely. Masquerade Ball-themed swingers event, a man named David Tillier gets into a physical altercation with another attendees. 50-year-old John Watson had approached Tillier's girlfriend, Evelyn, and asked if she could, quote, put on a sock. She began helping him, which confused and enraged Tillier, believing that he was trying to hit on his girlfriend. He immediately headbutted and struck him several times, yelling, what sort of man needs help putting on a sock? Tillier pushed him into I want you guys, hey, we'll do the cha-cha another time, but you can still clap your hands. To nobody's surprise, the 5-day event led to tons of people testing positive for COVID, and about 41 out of 300 people attending. Honestly, it was 300 people cases. Yeah, and of course there are people who are I want it, I will not. He owes the 10 every year. There are many active sufferers from those in the swinger community that want to share their experiences going to swinger parties and clubs. We went to a swinger hotel. They have an indoor pool. We got to the hot tub with 2 other couples there already. Guy gets out and walks over and sits on the edge of the hot tub. He then proceeds to drop about 2 feet from one person's shoulder and jump hanging out into the water. While doing this, he looked at each person by staring into their eyes. It's one thing to sit in the corner off to the side rather than jack off into the water right where somebody's shoulder. I know you like this. Sit quietly in the corner. Party got ganked. I just want to see her dad just read this and be like, what did I do wrong? One guy kept referring to me a nickname for when I was younger. The next day, I got a message from a family member who I hadn't spoken to in years, who wanted to catch up, and he said the same nickname, and I realized it was him. Little incest gang. You like incest? Woo! Listen, entering the swinger lifestyle is not for the faint of heart, my friends. Much like with poly relationships, it's something that requires a lot of research and communication. Otherwise, guys, we appreciate you so much for hanging out and watching this one with us. Until next time, stay swinging.
Lincoln, Montana, 1996. This cabin is the chosen home of Theodore J. Kaczynski, more commonly known as the Unabomber. He's long been feared as America's smartest criminal, a serial bomber who's killed in leading parties across the country with no clear connection. For 17 years, he's eluded the FBI. It's the largest, most expensive manhunt in the U.S. history. He's the evil genius they secretly can't catch, likely history's most intellectual serial killer. He's terrorized the nation, instilled fear in Americans about the plans. Back when Ted still talked to him. It's got no electricity, no plumbing, just a wood stove, a bed, and a whole lot of clothes. Right now, Ted is building another bomb. They're meticulously crafted, and he's continuously improving his technique. Every year, they become more lethal. In fact, he's got another one under his bed, wrapped and ready to go. But he won't get a chance to send it, because despite his intellect, he made some pretty dumb mistakes.
Everybody knows of the Unabomber because it's just like the story of a man that used to send bombs to people in the mail. I don't really know a lot of the specifics about it. The production quality of first videos has only gotten better.
faculty mock his shabby clothes and blue-collar background. He's deeply bothered by this rivalry. Pain that will follow him through life.
Well, a lot of people that get into Ivy League schools come from families of very rich people and very successful people as well that put these implications on them that they need to succeed. And then that's why so many people that freak out when they fail to get in Ivy Leagues aren't even freaking out because they're upset they didn't get in. They're upset on how their family will perceive them because of their quote-unquote failure. I never understand it. I think the idea of Ivy Leagues is fucking stupid and the prestigiousness of them. If you're going to go to an Ivy League and you're smart enough to go to an Ivy League, yeah, fucking good on you. But if you're somebody with like a 1560 SAT score and a fucking 4.5 weighted 5.0 GPA, like there's no need for you to freak out because now you're just going to be able to get a free ride to any other university. You're still going to be massively successful in your fucking field. You're just not going to an Ivy League. It's honestly like a fucking class, and how do I say this? It's a prestigious thing. It's like I don't want to say it's cultish, but it's like going to an Ivy League makes you feel like you're better than everybody that isn't at an Ivy League.
Ted's also just really young, younger than almost everyone else on campus. As an adult, Ted will write his mother furious letters about this. He demands apologies for pushing him out of the house before he was ready. Ted becomes depressed, and his grades suffer. His class...
Well, that's part of the problem socially is nobody's going to want to fucking hang out with you. You can't go to bars. Like, yeah, when you're a freshman, sophomore in college, you're not going to bars either. But the second you hit, like, 21, you only hang out with people that are, like, 21 and older. It's just me being real. Because the whole social... The second you turn 21, your social setting when you're free is bars. When you're 19, yeah, when you're a freshman, sophomore, you go to frat parties, and, like, he could still probably attend those, even if there are any at the fucking Ivy League with that. Nobody's gonna hang out with him in his area, in his general age range, in any of his classes, because he can't do anything with that.
Smith described him as a total loner, and virtually weak. He's that guy on the dorm floor who only leaves his room to go to class, who ignores everyone else, who slams doors. There's a stench of rotting food wafting from his room.
I don't think that's bad either. It just sucks when you're a dormant student. If you're a dormant student and you don't have friends on campus, it's much more noticeably a problem in your mind than if you just drive to class, go to class, and go home, nobody gives a shit. You're never going to be upset about it. But if you're dorming on campus, you go to class, and then you have to go back to your dorm and you have no friends, it sucks because you're still on campus and there's nothing to do.
Ted doesn't know it yet, but his withdrawn and alienated demeanor has caught the eye of a psychology professor. Dr. Henry Murray is very famous with an on-campus research center named after him. He's basically a god in the social sciences. Murray is looking out for particular types of students, those who will make excellent vehicles for an experiment. His final and most elaborate experiment, the capstone of a long and illustrious career. It also happens to be a CIA-funded project designed to cause extreme distress and break down the subject's sense of self.
He just kept his students to do this? What? Wait. LSD?
Cause extreme distress and break down the subject's sense of self.
You didn't choose them with LSD?
Clearly, we're in a position of great deal of damage. But it doesn't mean that the FBI is not going to touch us anytime soon. The FBI is a joke.
It's the 1970s in San Francisco. The city is a hotbed of anti-government activity. There's outrage over the Vietnam War. Protest bombings are a regular occurrence. Explosions happen every week up through the mid-80s. The FBI dubs it the Belfast of North America. Radical far-left groups like the Weather Underground and the Symbiotes Liberation Army.
Dude, there's like conspiracies. I'm not even saying I believe in these, but there's conspiracies people try to make that LSD was released by the government to try and like damage the anti-war movement in the United States by making it appear as a hippie movement rather than a genuine U.S. citizen movement to not go to war. and they wanted to make it seem like something that you shouldn't be a part of, and it's like drug addict, like loser, homeless, jobless liberals that just want to get high and think that everything's peace and love, rather than like, hey, we're behind this.
For credit for many of the bombers. So most of the cases are pretty straightforward in terms of obviously motive and motivation. But amidst all of this, the FBI San Francisco bomb squad takes a shot at discovery. 12 mysterious, similarly built bombs beginning from one elusive place to the group. They have next to nothing to go on. Just for whatever unknown reason, this string of explosives seems to target universities and airlines. Whoever is building these bombs is an expert crafter and careful to not leave any DNA behind. Not a hair, not a fiber. They're encased in beautiful handmade wooden boxes. There are no eyewitnesses to the bombings, and no letters from organizations claiming credit. The victims appear to be scattershot with random people. The unknown perpetrator is referred to by the phrase Unibomb for university.
Okay, I don't want to sound like a dumbass when I say this, but the show Dexter has really showed me how meticulous the crime department is in trying to solve it. I understood that forensic fraud understand a lot of things, but when I started watching it, I really got like, wow, not easily, but like off of I know, and Dexter's also Dexter is like that TV show would exist. If you don't know Dexter somehow, it's the story of Miami. He's like Metro police officer, not even police officer, he works in like the water department. He's a serial killer and he kills murderers. And he's like he always gets away with it. And I feel like when you're watching the show, you would realize that season 1 is so fucking but they still go through like the processes that like actual police departments use to try and figure out who killed somebody. And dude, like it could be like a fragment of like part of your DNA will link you to the crime. And the second they can recognize it,
An airline bomber. So far, his bombs have killed one person and injured 20 others across 5 different states. Unlucky recipients of the Unabomber's early packages include a campus security guard, a handful of graduate students and professors, a secretary, an airline executive, and passengers on a flight from Chicago to DC. Some are injured quite badly. The first death is in 1985, Hugh Scruton, a guy who owned a computer store in Sacramento and was about to get married. What does he have to do with anything at all?
yeah, what the fuck does he have to do with the Unabomber?
Far away in his cabin, Ted reads about his death and chuckles to himself. He hears that the FBI offers a $25,000 reward for any information. He's flattered. The Unabomber is making waves. Not bad for the actions of one man in a 10 by 12 foot shack with no electricity, running water, or phone service. Pretty hard to imagine now. These days, connection isn't optional. It's how we get around, check in, is not compatible. Back to Ted. Here in his cabin, he's got everything he needs. Snowshoes, maps, a homemade chair, a cot, a typewriter, and hundreds of books. Scraps from junkyards and jars of chemicals from
If he were to turn himself in, would he get the $25K? No.
bombs, binders and binders full of notes, all kinds of disguises for delivering the bombs, like wigs and sunglasses, and shoes with fake soles. It's crammed to the gills, but meticulously
With fake souls. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
organized. At this point, the FBI has zero promising leads, and by the end of it all, they'll never act.
Genuinely, what are shoes with fake soles? The footprints his shoe. So he would get a shoe that would leave a different footprint than the shoe he was actually wearing. I would, if I were to ever go, I'm gonna kill someone, I would never think of that as something that needs to be done. Like different shoe sizes, yeah. Oh my God, he's wearing like a size 14 Nike blazer with an Adidas bottom.
Actually find the perpetrator themselves. The bomber is always several steps ahead of them. They'll pursue thousands of dead ends, spend hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars, and pour countless man-hours into this case. They have no idea why he's targeting the people that he is. But the bombs are so precise, so well crafted. There's got to be a motive, right? In 1987,
Yeah, I really am now recognizing I know nothing about the Unabomber. Because I always thought the Unabomber targeted like politicians and very specific people that were higher up in the government, not just like random store owners.
there's finally a break in the case. The Unabomber plants a package outside a Salt Lake City computer store, and a lady spots him. He's wearing a gray hoodie, sunglasses, and sporting a mustache. The police create a sketch and post it all around the country. The bombings immediately stop, and for 5 years, nobody hears anything from the Unabomber. All kinds of people call in with tips, but the leads go nowhere. The case pretty much goes cold, but the FBI know that it's only a matter of time before he'll strike again.
Wow, so he laid low for 5 years, dude. What do you think he was doing in that time?
They're sure he's using the time to perfect his bombs. And they're right.
For 5 years? Holy shit, dude. That's half a decade. That's like 1,700 days. He's just sitting there, just like meticulously tweaking bombs that he could send to people.
This time, Ted is finessing his technique. The upcoming bombs will be a whole lot more lethal. But, as the world will soon find out, he's also a busy writer. He doesn't just want his explosives to be a talker. He's crafting a manifesto, one that claims to explain the mysterious string of bombings he's all about. The technophiles are taking us all on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. Back at Harvard in 1958, the United States is experiencing huge shifts in culture. The buttoned-up 50s are drawn to a close, and the nation becomes swept up in the space race, the civil rights movement, the sexual revolution, the environmental movement, the explosion of drug culture, and all the while, the Cold War is escalating. The American military is paranoid that communists have developed mind-control drugs and brainwashing techniques, and they're eager to catch up. So they're covertly experimenting with ways to manipulate behavior. U.S. intelligence
Acid as a means to do that. Oh my god, that conspiracy that I said is sounding more and more realistic. Holy fuck.
officials are especially interested in developing a perfect truth drug for interrogating enemies. They believe most do not kill. But they're also testing a wide range of ways that psychological manipulation can bend the will of anyone to do whatever the experimenter wants. They even enlisted help from Nazi scientists who experimented on Dachau inmates with hallucinogens and interrogation.
All the U.S. government enlisted a Nazi regime like officer to help conduct acid experiments on people.
Could bend the will of anyone to do whatever the U.S. military wants. They've even enlisted help from the Nazi scientists who experimented on Dachau inmates with hallucinogens and interrogation methods. The military illegally smuggles these war criminals over to get their advice on brainwashing.
What? I've never known that. I've never known that. I've never known that in the 23 years I've been on this fucking planet. The United States smuggled war criminals in? That is crazy. They hired Nazis into NASA. I know a lot of Nazis fleeing to Argentina, but I know a lot were involved with U.S. individuals, but I didn't know, I wouldn't say this is recent, but even, then.
As part of Operation Paperclip. Over the course of at least 11 years, thousands of Americans were subjected to unethical psychological experiments that include sensory deprivation, hallucinogenic drugs dosed without consent, subliminal messaging, hypnosis, electroshock therapy, and even ice-pick lobotomies.
Ice-pick lobotomies. I was gonna say I can't even imagine being put under an unknown amount of hallucinogenic drugs. People have bad times on acid and mushrooms that want to take it. Now imagine being dosed with high levels of hallucinogens unknowingly and unwillingly. That is a recipe for you having a terrible time. No one's gonna go into that experience being happy. You're gonna fucking think you're dying. You're gonna actually believe, demons are torturing you.
And that's just the stuff we know about. When the project becomes public knowledge in the 1970s, the CIA director orders most of the records to be destroyed. The program is codenamed MK Ultra. Many of the test subjects are vulnerable populations, like prisoners and hospital inmates, but also students. Students are prime subjects for these experiments because of their frequent contact with professors who play a big part in MK Ultra. Some of the professors know the role they play, many don't. During the post-war period, the CIA becomes the largest employer of college professors, and the military is by far the biggest source of funding for psychological research. Professors acted as consultants and researchers for military-backed projects. They use their status to encourage their students to participate in experiments, often involving drugs like LSD. Afterwards, they reported back to the government. Harvard becomes heavily involved in Army-sponsored studies. One of the CIA's main men on campus is the superstar psych professor
Dude, and the fucking students don't even know that. They think they're just fucking like getting a good offer from the professor they think likes them. In reality, the professor's just using them to report back to the fucking CIA.
Murray is well known for his studies of personality, and since the CIA's beginnings, his theories have influenced how they recruit agents and how they interrogate suspects. When Murray and young Kaczynski cross paths, Murray is economic his career, and he recruits Ted for his final post-doctoral experiments. They're meant to assess the effects of stress and harsh interrogation on gifted young students. Murray wants to know, what will it take to bring an educated, intelligent man? The setup is simple.
I think less than somebody that's dumb. Do you think it's easier to crack someone that's smart or stupid? Smart. I think dumb people will follow orders and not take. Crack them? Yeah, like if you're trying to get info out of somebody, like through interrogation methods or something. I don't know. I mean, this is just me just fucking straight up guessing. I would assume though, if like you were fucking strapped to like, you know, somebody waterboarding you, and you had a IQ of 160, you're more likely to fucking give up and just be like, I'll tell you the info, knowing that it's just, maybe not. Maybe they'll be like, it's not gonna change anything. But I mean, this is an experiment. We'll see. I gotta shut up.
Because he's showing signs of depression. Ted's personal essay stands out as the most pessimistic of them all. It suggests that he was already vulnerable before the abusive test began. He's also the youngest and the poorest in the group. The students are told this exercise is just to study different personalities. In truth, now the real experiment begins. The essays are handed to lawyers trained in manipulation, who are instructed to attack the values expressed in them. The students endure harsh interrogations in brightly lit rooms. They face calculated personal critiques designed to humiliate and erode their sense of self. All the while, electrodes monitor their stress responses. Later, they have to watch these stressful and humiliating moments on video, over and over again, for 3 years. As Murray himself describes it, the tests
For 3 years? Why?
were designed to be abusive. He's had a lifelong fascination with pain and stress, and is known to have a sadistic streak.
Wow, they don't even get paid for this. They're just doing this for their profession.
Plenty of participants will later report the experience to be deeply unpleasant, with lasting trauma. But Ted's responses are the most extreme in every category. Murray's team identifies it as the most traumatized of all. Yes, Ted Kaczynski got MK Ultra. You can read all about it at CIA.gov. The consequence, many claim the CIA created the bomber, but that's no simplification. It's not so easy to prove how much effect the experiments had on Ted's
It's
chance.
an oversimplification, but the CIA definitely made it worse. You could assume Ted Kaczynski still would have done things that were bad, but not possibly lived in a cabin in the middle of the woods sending bombs to people every day.
To terrorism. None of the other students in the experiment are known to have become killers. Some psychologists believe the experiments were stressful enough to create anger problems in Ted, or even aggravate latent schizophrenia. But other psychologists evaluate him as undeniably sane. Ted himself dismissed the idea that the tests were anything resembling psychological torture. He was very invested in being seen as psychologically healthy until the bitter end. He's taking great pains to not be painted as damaged or crazy. He wanted his beliefs to be understood in the context of his beliefs, not his personal history. If people saw his actions as a result of trauma or madness, it would invalidate his ideas. Ideas that formed his last year at Harvard.
Oh, so he was writing about doing this type of shit, or even just like his manifesto ideas in the last year before he was even selling them?
He comes to believe that technology is slowly destroying humanity and eroding our freedom. He's horrified by widespread psychological suffering and how industrial technology has severely damaged the planet. He's certain that it will only get worse the more technology develops. So anyone who helps against technology in any way is the enemy. Scientists, engineers, business people. What Ted calls the technician Clark.
So he killed a guy that owns a computer store because he thinks he's fucking advancing technological processes within the United States.
A society enforces obedience with psychological controls. He daydreams about breaking away from society and living off the grid. Ted graduates Harvard and goes on to get his PhD in math at the University of Michigan. He's quickly established himself as a brilliant mathematician and is offered a tenure-track position.
Bro, he looks just like my friend. That's so fucking weird.
He's quickly established himself as a brilliant mathematician and is offered a tenure-track position at UC Berkeley as their youngest professor ever. His students don't like him very much, but he's publishing groundbreaking papers on boundary functions. When Ted resigns one day without warning, he tells his family that he's done with teaching math to future engineers who will advance the industrial technological system and continue destroying the planet. Ted buys a bit of land near Lincoln, Montana, and builds a cabin with his brother. He's ready to escape the advanced technology that surrounded him at UC Berkeley.
His brother.
He wants to live a simpler life, far away from everyone he's ever known. And then, he starts to build his first farm.
Yeah, because like, is this, he keeps doing these chapters where it's showing quotes that seem like it's from his manifesto. And he keeps saying our bombing. Who the fuck is our? That's multiple people.
Anti-industrial ideas and give encouragement to those who hate the industrial system. In 1993, the Unabomber strikes twice after a 6-year hiatus. Two prominent researchers, a computer scientist and a geneticist, receive packages the size of a VHS tape. The bombs detonate on opening.
It was that small. The VHS tape is not yay big. It's not yay thick. Like, even in that image, it looks, well, they're probably smaller than that.
And both professors are badly injured. Shortly after, the New York Times receives a typewritten letter. They quickly
Not Tom. You're opening a package right next to you that's fucking this thick and big, and you're going to be badly injured.
gives credit for the bombs and says the public should expect more to come. In 1994 and 1995, the Unabomber succeeds in killing 2 people with his mail bombs, an advertising executive and a forestry lobbyist. As soon as the explosives have become notable and sophisticated,
Well, that's the problem is it was so clear who he was killing, or who he was attempting to kill, those people would probably get mail checkers or just stop those people. But because it seems so sporadic to the general public, nobody's putting it together, nobody's worried about their movement.
bombing is the usual template of demands, and once created, a central action. But making Unabomber so difficult to understand and to find is that his bombs never clear.
Why do people keep opening the mail? That's why. Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bombs across the entirety of the United States. For people that seem entirely unconnected, no part of you, regardless of what the situation is going, yeah, there's that bomb. So you're not worried about the mail.
Finally makes it to the known. He writes the New York Times again, announces that he will clearly desist from terrorist activities and they publish a police engagement manifesto. The request kicks off a fierce debate within the FBI and the newspaper to publish or not to publish. The FBI has a clear policy of not negotiating with terrorists, but they also believe that honor his promise to stop killing people. After all, this is what cops were simply for, to force people to pay attention to his views. Plus, they still lack leads. If the public reads the manifesto, someone might be able to identify the Unabomber. So the manifesto is published. The FBI decides it should just be the Washington Post, though, because it has fewer readers, and the newspaper's stance will be easier to surveil. So they think. Interest in the Unabomber.
They're gonna watch newspaper stands and think that he's gonna come pick up a newspaper.
Is huge. Newspaper sales hit a record high that day, with lines snaking around the block. Across the country, Americans are eager to finally read what the Unabomber has to say.
Oh yeah, I'd want to fucking do that shit. In the 90s, some guys just sending a bunch of bombs throughout the United States. I'd be like, yeah, you just published a 50-page article on why you did it. I'd go, I'm gonna go fucking buy that.
The manifesto opens with an iconic line.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for human race.
And though the manifesto is an argument that calls for dismantling industrial society, it's also, admittedly, a self-portrait. Within its pages, the Unabomber has accidentally unmasked himself.
Oh my god, because the government actually already has info on Ted Kaczynski. Because they did experiments with acid on him where he obviously shared all of his opinions that he didn't fucking intend to crime. And they're gonna go, this is Ted Kaczynski. This is the fucking 16-year-old that we did acid. That fucking freaked out at heart.
David and Ted, who are 7 years apart and very different, look close and love each other very much. As adults, they had a passionate philosophical debates by name and shared a lot of the same views. David also learned about technology to spread hip-hop community. He'd also spent some time living off the grid in a self-made cabin. But David wasn't a killer. When the manifesto was published, he hasn't spoken to his brother in a long time.
I think Ted Kaczynski's efforts I think the point of view that Ted Kaczynski has of the world itself isn't necessarily bad. It's more so just, hey, you're never going to fucking solve that if that's what you think. Living off the grid and making your own life in nature and more peaceful is kind of the solution for you. You sending bombs to people in the mail isn't going to convince everybody that we need to halt technological advancements, dismantle modern society, and go back to our roots in living in cabins with fucking lanterns and no Wi-Fi.
Ted cut him out when David got married and refused to answer any of his letters. David's wife, Linda, a philosophy professor, has a funny feeling about Ted, whom she never met. As the bombings stack up and some of the timings coincide with Ted's travels, Linda tells David, "You got a screwy brother. Maybe he's the
Yeah, that's a rough thing to tell your fucking husband. Hey, I think your brother might be the unicorn. You know how he keeps going on vacation and he talks about how the Industrial Revolution's bad, and then he publishes his manifesto, which is kind of the same thing. I mean, it probably makes sense to his brother, though.
The bomber. David doesn't want to hear it. Linda doesn't know Ted the way David does. He'd never kill anybody. As a kid, Ted used to cry at the thought of animals getting hurt. But when the manifesto is finally published, David avoids reading it. He doesn't want to admit the similarities.
That avoids reading it. That's definitely because he knows his fucking brother wrote it.
Like the Unabomber, Ted is an excellent carpenter, and that he had a lifelong fascination with explosives, and that some of the dates match up perfectly with Ted's travels.
What? Bro, how did the brother not immediately go, yeah, that's my brother?
David only reads it when Linda insists. His jaw literally drops from the first few lines. The killer, like Ted, also hates technology. As he continues, David recognizes idiosyncratic word choices and logical arguments.
Yeah, like his own fucking terms of speech. Oh my god.
There is no escaping the truth. Ted is the Unabomber. So after some more qualms about betraying his brother, David alerts the
It's the right thing to do. It's obviously the right thing to do. I don't know. It's still just a shit situation. Knowing that your brother's doing that, it's still a shit situation. Don't say L brother. It's the right thing to fucking do. But it's like, it's so shit having to turn your brother. It's the wife.
They are bound to make me out to be a sickie, and to ascribe to me motives of a sordid or sick type. Many tame conformist types seem to have a powerful need to depict the enemy of society as sordid, repulsive, or sick.
Lincoln, Montana, April 1996. With a tip from David, the feds are staking out Ted's cabin. The investigation is meant to be conducted quietly, but they're interviewing local townspeople, trying to collect more evidence on Ted. Right now, all they have is the linguistic similarities in the manifesto and old letters from Ted that David gave the FBI. Not exactly cold hard proof, enough for a search warrant, but not an arrest. Rumors start to spread around town that Ted Kaczynski, their very own David Brennan, is the Unabomber. The plan is to draw Ted out of his cabin and get inside before he can escape and destroy any evidence. But they don't know if he has it tricked out with explosives. Nobody would be surprised if he did.
Oh, like he's gonna blow up his own cabin? What, to kill himself or to get rid of evidence?
He has no idea he's under surveillance, so when someone knocks and says some land surveyors need to talk, he believes them and opens the door. He wasn't expecting this news. These days, he's busy with a dirty job. He's in the middle of rasping aluminum blocks to make powder for bombs. He's covered from head to toe in dust. He He's rail thin because the rabbit hunting was scarce this season. Ted's hair is wild.
He doesn't even buy food. He just fucking lives off the land entirely.
His clothes are literally rotting off of his body. But what does he care? He's not trying to impress anyone, and he can clean up fast if he needs to blend into society. Too bad for Ted. He'll be photographed in this state. Filthy, emaciated, and severely out of shape. The image will circulate around the globe and will not help Ted's desire to see sailing. When the feds begin, they find 40,000 pages of
Like he knew he was gonna get caught, he would have fucking made himself look more like normal.
journals and plans, most written in code. The code is more complex than anything the FBI had ever seen, more convoluted.
Wait, what was written in code?
When the feds swoop in, they find 40,000 pages of journals and plans, most written in code.
40,000 pages of journals written in code, like his own language? What the fuck would that possibly say? And why is he keeping that to himself?
The code is more complex than anything the FBI had ever seen, more convoluted than codes the KGB used during the Cold War. But Ted also left the key to the code in the cabin. Without it, the FBI wouldn't be able to decipher the decades of written confessions that definitively tied Ted to the bombings. They also found a bomb under the bed, ready to be mailed to an aerospace company in Dallas. Now the FBI has all the evidence they need. They lock up the cabin and take Ted to prison. He does not dispute that the journals with the confessions are his. In fact, he wrote them partially so that nobody would try to say he was crazy. Ted's family and his defense team attempt to convince the jury and the world at large that he's mentally ill. They're doing anything they can to avoid the death penalty, which frustrates him. He tries to fire his lawyers and defend himself. He would rather die than allow his lawyers to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. Ted pleads guilty to his crimes and is sentenced to life in prison. Behind bars, he never stops writing. He publishes 2 books and keeps up a lively correspondence with a wide array of journalists and admirers.
What did he look like with that, not in that photo? I think that's what he would have rather than
He also finally makes some human connections. He strikes up a friendship with Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma City bomber who killed 168 people in 1995. Ted and McVeigh are briefly on the same prison block and find they have a lot of views in common, before McVeigh is carted off to death row. Ted even finds love for the first time.
That's very weird to be in prison as the Unabomber and meet another bomber and like bond before one of you gets sent to fucking death row.
The Oklahoma City bomber who killed 168 people in 1995. Ted and McVeigh are briefly on the same prison block and find they have a lot of views in common, before McVeigh is carted off to death row. Ted even finds love for the first time in his life. After a lifetime of struggling to connect with women, never going beyond a few kisses, Ted suddenly has dozens of women writing him romantic or salacious letters. But only one captures his heart. The school
I never understand that shit. And that's with every serial killer ever. Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, Ted Kaczynski. They always have like just random ass women obsessed with them.
teacher he calls his lady love. They spend thousands of hours talking by mail or in visiting rooms, but they are never able to touch. He writes classical music for her before she dies of lung cancer. Later, Ted also develops cancer. When the condition becomes advanced, he dies by suicide at 81 years old.
That motherfucker I thought Ted Kaczynski died. Like, you see this? I thought Ted Kaczynski died. Like, if you asked me before he said that, I probably would have been like, I don't know, maybe 2006. I would have thought that they either executed him or he got murdered or something. He died when he was 88, or did they say 82?
A political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society.
In the decades since his arrest, Ted Kaczynski continues to fascinate and sometimes inspire. The manifesto's central argument is that technological advancements since the Industrial Revolution have robbed people of their freedom and well-being. These advancements are supposedly responsible for widespread psychological suffering and environmental devastation. It's a revolutionary call to dismantle industrial society altogether and warns that technology will inevitably overpower human autonomy. Many of Kaczynski's observations in the manifesto are true. Some of his predictions are prescient, and a lot of the grievances are understandable. find people who are also frustrated with surveillance.
Yeah, it's not bad that he's saying technology has negative effects. It's more so his solution to that problem was terrible. I will say though, that would ruin the purpose of human society in general. I think it would make the world more peaceful if we stopped technological advancement and kind of reverted back to, living like cabin life. But the issue with that would just be a lot of humanity in general. Not that our universal purpose is for this, but a lot of humanity's purpose in general through society is just technological and societal advancement. Getting things that make life easier and better and more enjoyable is the purpose that not humans in general have, but society as a whole has. And to say that we just get rid of that would reduce everybody down to living the same life for thousands of years. Like people 1,000 years from now would live an identical life to you, which would be, I don't want to say bad, but then we're not learning anything. And humans are obviously curious creatures, and that would just halt the capacity for us to flourish our curiosity.
We're sad about environmental destruction. At the time of his capture, Time magazine wrote, "There's a little bit of the Unabomber in most of us." Nowadays, Ted Kaczynski continues to find admirers online, from teens on TikTok, depressed about climate change, half ironically saluting Uncle Ted, to the extreme right mass murderer, Anders Breivik, who heavily quoted Kaczynski's industrial society in his own manifesto. But even if most people can find parts of the manifesto they agree with, most people are not willing to kill. Kaczynski,
I don't think the manifesto's points in general are related to the idea of killing people to achieve those goals.
knew that most people would be repelled by his crimes, but committed them anyway. Those who find the ideas compelling might want to check out Jacques Ellul, the thinker whose ideas most inspired the manifesto. The philosopher never advocated killing. They also should check out Ted Kaczynski's diaries. They laid bare the personal motivations that drove the Unabomber, beyond the manifesto that was polished for public consumption. Technological society really did seem to anger Ted, but Ted was also very, very angry, in general. In his diary, Ted Kaczynski writes that he was happy to kill innocent civilians. He took pleasure in causing people pain. He killed at least 9 dogs just because they barked too loud. He hated
And he's lost me entirely there. Now that changed from utilitarian serial killing to killing for pleasure and hatred for just living things.
He hated leftists. He hated doctors. He hated women. He fantasized about killing them just for rejecting him. He fantasized about killing his neighbors just because they annoyed him, including a toddler. He condemned technology as slavery and glorified simpler times that ran on, actual slavery. Kaczynski wasn't even much of an environmentalist.
He wanted to revert back to that. I thought he was saying that technology in general was the reason for humanity's downfall, and we need to go back to a more peaceful modern society viewpoint of cabin and nature living, not revert back to slave times.
He made fun of them in his diaries. He literally pounded them. He poached illegally. He logged unprotected lands. You might get the sense that he only used environmentalism as a post hoc justification for his murders. A cynic who identified ecological concerns as the most acceptable excuse for killing.
That's a fucking great video. Okay, we're on the Unabomber. Frank ends in a felony charge. Frank call to a pizza place, I'd be like, you know, that's a little different. Valid bug out there.
On July 26, 2023, dispatchers in Volusia County receive urgent 911 text from a driver who claims to be following an armed kidnapper's van on the interstate. When they trace the phone, however, they learn the messages are coming from a residence in Port Orange, turning their plea for help into an unexpected lesson in consequences.
Yo, they arrested her? Nah. Oh my God. Bro, do you think she had a there's no way she served time. They probably did this as like a thing, like a stunt, and released her. There's no way.
Do this right now. You're going to take this as a lesson at 11 years old that if you do something stupid in the future, you're going to enjoy those cuffs.
The following report.
Bro, do you think her friend got her to do it? That's like, dude, I would stop being friends if like your friend peer pressured you to do it.
Is based on official police records, and the footage has mostly never been seen before until now. It's just after 9:45 a.m. when 911 begins receiving text. She claims to be following the kidnapper's van on the interstate, and updates are still pouring in. Volusia County deputies, multiple area police departments, and a helicopter joined the urgent
We got a heli.
search. When they fail to locate the van, a deputy tries calling the phone number that's been sending the text messages.
Hello? Hello? Hi. Is this what's your name? Can you hear me? Hello? I'm trying to reach the person I called 911.
She didn't think they'd actually call him back. Oh fuck! Send her to Alcatraz. Now that ain't gonna help. Bro, you remember Beyond Scared Straight? That shit like doesn't work. Isn't that like a proven thing that it did not work at all? Like they did not like a test group, but statistically, like showing a kid prison and being like, "This is how bad it is." Is it gonna change them? I mean, she's also just a dumb kid. You know what I mean? It's different from like her actively like selling drugs or something. Like most of the kids on Beyond Scared Straight got arrested for like assault and robbery. She's just like making a very stupid prank call.
It says, RP confirming they are in a blue Jeep. Victim is in a white van. They can see they are being restrained through the windows. At the turnaround?
A new text message comes through, including a detailed description of the suspect, who's described as having
Dude, this looks like fucking random code shit. I can't even. What is this?
brown hair and blue eyes.
How is she behind them? She's seeing this happen and she has what color eyes do you have? That's weird. Brown hair, blue eyes. She's behind them, like if she was like saw the incident or saw the witness the kidnapping, or like how would you even follow them and know any of this stuff? Yeah, RV confirmed they're in a blue Jeep, victim in a white van. Of course it's a white van, like it just yeah. You know what I mean? I'm not saying this by any means, but it's just yeah. I've had false
There's suspicions about the text message.
You think they took her phone? The parents?
Messages are all but confirmed when a GPS trace on the phone comes back to a resident.
Yeah, probably for like in 2 years, dude.
Indicating the texter is not traveling on the highway as they claim. Deputies quickly head to the residence to investigate.
Hi there, how you doing? Is this your...
Dude, I remember I used to have the first phone I ever had. What was the first phone you guys ever had? Oh god, this is gonna make me sound like an hunk. I already know you guys are gonna be like, oh, the iPhone 8 or some shit. First phone I ever had, this is when I was like 6. It was like, it wasn't even really a phone. It was a little green, it was a phone. It was a little green thing. It only had 5 numbers on it. The middle was the police, and then it was like 4 numbers that you had to have pre-programmed. And it was just like I had it on me for emergencies, right? And I remember whenever I'd have the phone, I'd be staring at that shit, and I'd be like, dude, what if I accidentally press that red button? So nervous about it all the time.
President, sir?
It says,
Do you have a daughter or a child named...
It was a leapfrog. I don't know what it was. Oh my god. Yo, this is the phone that I had. I didn't think it would be that easy to find. I've never looked this up. This is the phone, right? And then I remember, dude, why is that button so fucking big? I was always so scared I'd press that shit. And it was like literally like, it was like this. Like it was barely even colored. Like it wouldn't even fit in. The cultural pot around it really. And where shorthand text, like, got invented. That's why people would type LOL and shit, because it would take so long to be like, that's hilarious.
By Lily Lee?
No.
No? Anybody home?
Yeah, my wife. My kid is just got home from,
I had a landline. Y'all ever use a rotary phone? Remember my grandparents had one of those. The one where it would be a hand crank and you would go,
something.
it would literally take 30 minutes. Not 30 minutes. It would take like a minute to dial a phone number.
I have a neighbor and a mic.
Neighbor and a mic.
Yep.
I don't know.
Would you like to see them?
The deputies follow him to his house, where he informs his wife what's going on.
Yeah, so somebody calls in, or they call in. Someone texted me to 911 that someone was getting kidnapped and they were on the interstate, but then when they went and did like a location on the phone, the address was showing up here.
As their daughter Ava steps into the garage, her phone rings.
Bro, oh fuck. Oh my god.
The deputy answers it, leading to a shocking conclusion.
Hello? Hold on. Alright, cool. This is deputy at the sheriff's office. Yeah, alright. Yep, I got one there too. You know, you're asking the sheriff to go away. Hello?
Big turn to the girl. Now it's under him. Oh my god. At 9:30 in the morning, bro, rolling out of bed doing this shit. I thought it would have been like fucking like not nighttime, but 9 in the morning. I don't know why that's shocking. I don't know. That just seems weird to do it at 9 in the morning. Probably got dared. That sucks.
Reports show that the number belonging to Ava dialed 911 at 9:30. When asked where the emergency is, a female identified as possibly a juvenile responded, "I'm sorry, I dialed the wrong number." The same phone number.
Those numbers are like however many digits.
Later began texting 911 to report the kidnapping.
From someone saying they were behind a car, their phone was kidnapped, their friend was kidnapped from a Chick-fil-A Palm Coast, and they were on the interstate behind the car.
What time is it?
This is today.
Oh, I know. It's 2:30 in the morning.
Okay.
So we were here the whole time since 2:30. We were on the interstate coming
And
home.
I
don't think she's understanding what's happening. I think she's thinking that the police are insinuating that like they were a part of some sort of like kidnapping situation. Like she's like she understands what's going on. She's like, my daughter's trying to. She's like, well, we were on the interstate at like 3.
Yeah.
Right.
Literally like what?
She showed up here like 10.
Okay. But these 911 calls
But this morning, you were calling 911.
No, now she's good. Now she's good. Now she's good.
Are you only surprised? Yeah.
Did they say anything to you?
Oh my god, yo, he put the fear of God in her. God, that's look at her faces. Oh my god. This is like, you're like, yo, 8 years old. You got greater parents looking at you like this. God.
Did you say, Ava, you have to explain what happened here. Something's going on. What did you know? What
Oh, he's trying not to crash out.
you know?
Why don't you go inside, Ava, get your shoes on, come out here.
Wow, so calm, so calm.
You're not in trouble. I just want to know what happened.
Yo, being Mikey right now, so clutch. Being Mikey right now, Mikey's like, oh fuck, oh shit, something's going down. He just boots up. See, this is right. You boot up the Wii. They don't probably have a Wii. This motherfucker's probably playing on like a Xbox Series X, PS5. Remember those days? You boot up the Wii, start playing PS2, Crash Bandicoot. You hear that fucking drilling.
I still don't understand because this is like weird.
Because we gotta make sure that there's not somebody that's being kidnapped on the interstate. We're trying to find them. And open your mouth if you said something on the phone. Everything on your phone is telling you that you made a phone call 911.
Imagine she's like, I know.
While one deputy heads to her cruiser, she greets officers from the Port Orange Police Department who have just arrived at the scene.
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm just trying to make things down to the damn home. Where is he? He's over in my car. Yeah, we're trying to figure it out. We're like the parents and the daughter, and I guess the daughter didn't have
Where is Lofi shut down?
Following this embarrassing transformation, deputies prepare to recognize the 11-year-old who has yet to fix
Red Sand? Yeah, Red Sand. They want to read her right? She makes a break for it. Oh my god.
20 law enforcement officers
Full dash.
at least, a helicopter, and all running with lights and siren on high speed to try to apprehend or try to stop a serious forceful felony from happening. You know what happens if one of those officers crashes and gets killed on the way to responding to something?
Would she get charged with that? Like, how does that work for somebody that's like literally 10 years old? Yeah, but she'd probably just have to go to juvie until she was 18. Somebody said she's reaching, I see her hand stop.
So,
Oh my god, if they tased her, that would be fucking crazy. That wouldn't be funny. I would be in shock if it's like, she's resisting. Like, it's like not a 10-year-old that you could just be like, dude, stop.
that would be serious.
Under pressure from both her father
this with you?
Yo, just full shift the blame to Mikey. Oh my God. Mikey's on the game right now. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, it's Mikey. It was his idea. Mikey's like 5. Mikey's in diapers. He can't walk.
What did he say? This is your brother? Well, when we're done with you, wait a minute. So you're trying to blame this on your brother? Was he with you when you made this?
Brother, no way. What grade are you in when you're 7? He's in like 1st grade. Or like, he's like kindergarten. That's not kindergarten. Oh, that's 2nd grade, yeah.
Okay, was he with you when you made these facts? Okay, then you did this. You were on your own for this. And if your brother's 7 years old, you're not going to blame your 7-year-old brother. This is all your...
She's old enough to be dumb. She's old enough to be dumb enough to do that. I don't think Mikey would even understand how to go about doing this. Like, Mikey can't come up with a story.
Okay.
To call 911 to see what? What did he say? So can I ask
What if he told you to go up on the roof and jump off the roof?
Oh, God, I hate when people say that, though. No. See, no, that's... Oh, if your friend jumped off a bridge and you jump off the bridge with him? Like, everybody's heard that shit. Oh, you're just gonna copy your fucking friend now? Oh, my God.
Deputies will soon discover the startling truth behind Ava's fabricated story.
What is it startling truth? She didn't call the cops for fun. Like, that's what she did.
Questions about her intentions lead to a harsh reality check from the deputy, who forces Ava to consider the possible consequences of the false report.
What were you planning on happening out of this?
Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Just going on about her day after. Bro, I never did this shit, but I remember when I was like, I said this, when I was like 8, I was in Florida, and there's a lot of shark attacks there, and I swear to God, I was like 7, 8 years old, and I went, there's a shark in the water, as loud as I could, and I got real, bro. I'm so serious. I don't know, I thought it would just be fun, because like, in my head, I was like, there's obviously no shark in the water, right? But to everybody else, you know, they're not me, but I didn't know that. So I was like, yeah, I'm 7 years old, I'm just gonna be like, there's a shark in the water. I didn't talk the rest of the day. I remember getting grilled so bad. I was just sitting there like that 1,000-yard stare, just like, literally, in my mind going, fuck, dude, that was so stupid.
What did you think was going to happen? Did you have any thoughts about how much resources in this area you were going to take up by doing that? I never thought of that, right? You think it is women and families that are driving 90 or 100 miles an hour with the lights and sirens trying to escape the lights. It's a victim of not happy that they could be involved in a traffic crash. Seriously, is there a kill?
And this is where Sam snaps in and then does one of the videos. They do a fake kidnapping.
You wanted to make me know that somebody that's running that happened. I can tell you that would be more serious than what you're looking at right now. You basically switched to your wall and walked up to the church. Everybody back to the church. And I didn't
Captured on camera reports that the idea to prank on a YouTube challenge.
What fucking YouTubers is she watching, bro? That's a YouTube challenge. What YouTubers are doing that? I'm not doubting that she's telling the truth there, because there are some crazy ass YouTubers. But like, that's not. What the fuck? Sam Pepper? Not, no. Sam Pepper didn't do that. Sam Pepper just did like dumb, like fucking fake kidnapping threats.
So the video about the Palm Coast Chick-fil-A, that's it. That's all the video was about? So, yeah. So you saw a video that somebody made about how funny it would be to
Oh my god, I'm like actually understanding now why YouTube needs to share some of my videos. Because you know how I'll just randomly like plan out stupid hypotheticals? It's like clearly a joke. There could be like a 10-year-old that just doesn't think it's a joke. And it's just like so like monotone. Oh yeah. With making like
911 or text 911 and say something got a gun, somebody's trying to get hurt, you got any funds, or recreate that. Is that what you're telling me?
that's awesome. No, that's not a joke. Like, that's fucking hilarious. No, I'm still so serious. If somebody walked into a nightclub with a dead possum in their jacket that they picked up off of like roadkill, and then on a bass drop just threw it into the air and it landed on the dance floor, that would be so funny. That would be, I don't know why I think that would be so funny. It would just, dude, it would be like an instant room clear. Everybody would be, and it would just be confusion. Everybody would be bewildered because everybody's drunk. The last thing you're expecting to see in a nightclub on like the 10th floor of a building in like a casino is just a dead possum from the woods. Just on the floor. You'd be like, what the fuck? Everybody would, it literally would be pure confusion.
However, Ava is about to realize an apology won't be enough to escape the consequences.
Test it out? Yeah, probably. I don't think you'd be able to sneak a dead possum in a nightclub.
Meanwhile, one deputy reveals that he was able to reach Ava by phone just before their arrival and got a less than friendly response from the young girl.
First thing is, right, dispatcher, I'll take her. Lower text, and when I caught her up, she told me to F myself and stop responding.
No, with the 10-year-old said that?
I got her caught up. Hey, you know what's up? Jigged up. That's interesting.
Based on Ava's statement, deputies decide there's enough probable cause to arrest Ava and prepare to take the 11-year-old into custody.
Fucking way. I'm not ready for those temper tantrums when I'm a parent one day. That noise is so upsetting to me. She's resisting Capstone. What's crazy though is any other cop body cam video they would have tased her. Like immediately when they're like, you're resisting, and they're like face planted on the ground. They would have just jumped on top of him. I know. I'm gonna have to like literally dissociate when I hear that noise.
Don't make this.
We're not actually. Imagine she hits the craziest line we see in every top body cam video. Wait. Moment of clarity. Did I hit a vape? Real quick, do you hit a vape? Wait. Do you have a cigarette? So stop. I'd be like, what?
Stop stroking her, okay? They're not going to hurt her. No one's going to hurt you. You're going to sit in the car for now, okay? If you go to someone with stand-by, take your pictures, take your fingerprints, and then they're going to call your parents to come and get you. So don't make the situation any worse. They'll be coming up shortly after that. Open the door? No, they can't open the door. It's not the door. Yeah, they can't. You just can't have it.
Aw, well, that's a good guy. That's a good guy.
I'm telling you this right now, you're going to take this as a lesson out.
Nah, that's a good guy. He said I'd come in tough.
11 years old, that if you do something stupid in the future, you're going to enjoy those stuff.
Ava is placed into the back of the police car where her father delivers a few hard truths.
Just, you know, the bring you into a building, fingerprinting you,
of the situation continues to have an emotional impact on her parents.
She'll be fine. There's no way they. Oh my god. Oh yeah, no, they don't. It's like
According to a statement from the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, 11.
it is crazy how people change like that. Like, your parents probably like would light poop bags on fire in front of people's doors and stupid shit, like ding dong ditch. And now kids just do like literal crime.
10-year-old Ava was charged with making a false police report
That's what I said to that.
concerning the use of a firearm in a violent manner, a felony, and misuse of 911, a misdemeanor.
Yeah, I remember I used to just break shit in the woods. That's all I would do. We already had told stories where I used to collect bottles and stuff. I remember I used to just break shit, bro. I used to just take, I look back at it and I'm like, I never chopped a tree down because I didn't have the fucking strength to do it. I remember I used to just walk into the woods with an axe and just start smacking trees. That was fun as shit. I remember waiting to get home from school so I could just go fucking hit trees with an axe or a stick.
After being processed at the Family Resource Center, she was later transferred to the Volusia Regional Juvenile Detention Center in Daytona Beach, Florida. We requested more information about her case from the Volusia County Juvenile Court, and they said nothing is releasable.
Nothing's releasable. I would say realistically, she might have like,
6 to the
I don't know, gotten some stupid community service, but she's like 10, bro. They're not gonna do that. Oh god. When I was 15, I called 911 to give me the old refrigerator running joke. Hung out 3 minutes later, there were 6 cops in the driveway. I was grounded for 6 months. Dishing out tough love. He had still waiting to get himself cuffed in order to go ride to jail. Somebody should realize how great of a dad he was. That's what I'm saying, bro. Brother's going to have some major trust issues with his sister for framing him. Nah, bro, that's literally just sibling shit, dude. That is innate sibling shit. Just trying to pan off any responsibility to the person that is closest to you. Okay. Next video.
Saw a video title float around in my algorithm today that really caught my eye. It's called The Drunkest Man in Police History. And I thought, that's a pretty bold statement. The most inebriated man in the history of law enforcement? Well, I've got to take a peek for myself to see if the rumors are true.
4-year-old Nathan was observed by witnesses attempting to enter the highway on-ramp at a high rate of speed when he lost control and crashed his vehicle in a bend. It's also worth mentioning that Nathan
I can only view you through reflection. You are the vision even when the mirror's gone. Upon the world is your projection. You can't affect it till you know you are the cause. I come to you from the beginning. Already here in every moment is a start. I see you within every passing. You are myself and I myself am God. How could I be so careless with you? How could I be so careless with you?
What's your name? Okay, what is the point?
If you cannot love yourself, then what's the point of living?
4 weeks of winter. Like, it looks like fucking Robin Williams coming out of Jumanji asking what year it is. This guy is fucking serious. What's going on? It is a really big statement to say that the drunkest man in history, and I'm sure it's exactly
I am passing, set the way through the placid mind. I am pure but never lasting, approaching millions in the child's eye. There is a sense never forgotten, spoke empty space through a silent cry. I haven't seen myself in ages. Try taking a look without using your eyes.
My life good. I got it.
Distance myself again, and I am
He just ragdolls himself off the truck. Now, I'm still not sure if I 100% agree that this is the drunkest man in police history, but I can guarantee you that you can be the cleanest man in world history if you go get some cheap yourself right now. Our Valentine's Day sale is today. 10% off the entire store. Use cheapy.com for the best soap in the fucking world. Click the link in the description.
I haven't seen my kids in 3 months.
Right here, man. That's sad exposition right there. He's trauma dumping now. Well, you can't help but feel sorry for him now. He's pulling on the heartstrings with that. I don't think that's it. I don't think that's just a full line. I don't think he's pulling for anything like, oh, I'm not as drunk, it's just I'm really sad. I haven't seen that. Damn, last curses.
So just to recap, he just came in way too aggressively. Yeah.
Ceiling leaks, the floor leaks, both hands are broken, forearms broken, my dick leaks. What are you talking about, man? I love how they're like, yeah, glass bone fixed thing, hand broken, side broken, on both feet. Honestly, everything might be broken, officer. Like, who's starts to sniff that they might be on to him because they're asking questions like, hey, what's your name? And where's your ID? So he's like, for what reason? May I inquire as to why you're curious on these specifications on my being? I don't know about that, officer. You have no ground to stand on. Please excuse yourself. Please go that way. I'm going to talk to the other officer this way. Please go. Go, Bliss. Now, please. Yes, of course. Yes, why? For what reason? So he just keeps saying for what reason over and over again and, like, dismissing the other officer. Like, you're excused. I outrank you.
Just so you know, you're under arrest right now for some traffic violation and drunk driving. All 3 of y'all look stupid right now. That's not being sir. I ain't got nothing upon my own, so to speak. Y'all break my wrist, y'all being sued. Let me re-coordinate because my wrist cannot breathe. I got that.
He continues to just be an asshole nuisance, so the cops eventually just throw him in the cuffs, not respecting his obvious broken hands, broken forearms, broken dreams, and broken spirit. Like everything is all cattywampus internally. And then I don't know what monologue he gave them right there. And he said like, I don't care about being searched. I ain't got got nothing on me upon my, I'm just a bill, I'm only a bill sitting here on Capitol Hill type shit. Then he says that his wrist can't breathe.
I'm a grown. Who are you? No, I'm not. Ready? Can I pick up my pants? So let me put the pants, so to speak, in front of me. But don't hang in front of me, right? No, it ain't in front of me. Yeah, I want to. Is that a problem? What are you, Taliban? Bring me to county for what? You have nothing on me right now.
That's true, there's nothing here. There's no case they can build against him. This is bulletproof, watertight, actually. He's very smooth. He's doing a great job of staying squeaky clean here.
Why am I being brought to county? Why am I being brought to county? All right, now you're putting a cut for it. So why am I being brought to county?
His voice sounds like a cartoon character. It sounds like Miss Fowl from Jimmy Neutron, but without like the raspy squealing to it. I don't know what he's been drinking. Maybe he's been doing beer helium balloons that he's been inhaling in his truck or something. So now he's got all like the helium in his lungs and shit, and all the alcohol. Like I don't know, but his voice, like there's no way he sounds like that on a day-to-day basis, right? It just feels like it's pitch shifted for a chipmunk version of a song or something like Nightcore.
For what reason?
We're gonna go over some paperwork real quick, all right?
For what paperwork? For what paperwork? For what no judging life?
Here's the thing. We're just going around in a circle right now. It's not helping. It wasn't a circle. So I meant we're talking in a circle.
Sure.
Checkmate, officer. Nathan caught you in a lie. You said it was a circle, but it was clearly him totaling his truck on a straightaway. Peculiar. We call that the scholar's mate, good sir. Nathan wins again.
Alright, so there's no other options right now. I have options. I have options. Put some already basic. Doesn't matter. And your turn doesn't matter if I'm in the car or not, right? So it's one of the two right now, right? Felony or misdemeanor? Which is it gonna be? What do you want to do? Bring out the ticket.
He's not even arguing with them or anything. He's just repeating what they say back to them with slurred speech. And that's it. He's not even making any kind of statements or like he's barely getting words out. He's kind of just like gargling his words while trying to
All of a sudden, I told you drink and drive stuff, right? It's not my come on, I know what the face looks like. How about that?
The way they censor it so much reminds me of that White Kids You Know sketch with that Abraham Lincoln fucked up now. But it's like he obviously starts to just like goof around with him to a certain extent. So he hits with like almost like a Big Lebowski moment.
All right, with the Texan and this dude right here, hot, and everything else.
It isn't a very good beer night.
I tried something. Don't say a word. You a spin. Shut up. How about that? Shut up. I pay your taxes, bro.
I've got a hunch Nathan doesn't pay for shit. I feel as though he's most likely still mooching off mommy and daddy's money and crashing their cars with his drunk driving antics. Of course, I'm not a psychologist and I'm not his bartender that's plagued by his presence Monday through Sunday, but judging from his resume with the multiple DUIs as well as this current one, I can say with a high level of confidence he's an insufferable piece of shit.
Stop my trash! Wall Street, you went up fast. Oh, Wall Street.
Since Nathan's compliance only continued to diminish, officers chose to place him in a wrap restraint device.
Won't you do that? Drinking and driving in the system. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
It was like 5 minutes.
You're up with
I'm gonna see the fact just for you being in here. You understand that? Do you understand that? Good. You might as well split up with this. Y'all don't even look like cops. What the f is this dude? A Nazi? No, I'm not a Nazi. You are a Nazi. Look at this dude with fake teeth. Fake teeth? Yeah. No, they're just really nice. Your teeth are fake. Unfortunately. You got fake teeth. And you're sad because I got better teeth.
There's like 10 more minutes of him just trying to roast officers and saying some
Tries
really
to
questionable
please herself
shit
too much.
compared to
And I said, baby, why be this way?
So I'm not gonna show you anymore because it's just more of that. You got 18 months of this, as well as like probation, as well as he had to write an apology note to one of the officers.
Tries to please herself too much. And I said, baby, why be this way?
Count of 4, OWI. Why is he only spending 18 months in jail? Like, it's a miracle nobody was hurt from that. Because I really think this is not someone who is learning their lesson at all. Let's just assume this is the drunkest man ever
Tries
arrested.
to please herself too much. Then she wonders why she sold it down.
After totaling that vehicle and putting so many
But I
people
said,
in jail.
baby, take a look around. It's a beautiful day. We could go for a ride down to the beach. Then she said she don't like it when the sand get on her feet. Tries to please herself too much. Nice, baby, why be this way?
I've heard nonstop about this goddamn police chase. So I heard there's like some actual GTA shit.
David grew up over not very far. Look out the window.
No one told me there'd be jump
Tries
scares in
to
here. Holy
please
shit.
herself too much.
That
But
was so loud.
baby, why would you
What
be
the
this
fuck?
Yo,
way?
if I have another pursuit, this is Eastbound 91 freeway, just past the 5 freeway. This was an attempted traffic stop. I'm unsure which agency and who's
Okay, so now he's just looking out there.
still in pursuit over the here. But the driving is very erratic and aggressive.
What the fuck?
She tries to please herself too much.
maneuver.
And I said, baby, just take a breath.
That's
How is that sipping on tosses it at my head.
And he also got lucky the car next to him backed
I
up. so he had
put
a
that
little
line
extra
in the song so I could use that
support.
effect.
He needs to find a bridge and then switch cars.
She tries to please herself too much. And I said, baby, why be this way?
No, maybe not. What is that? Did he hit the wrong button on his controller? What is going on?
Getting in a pickup truck. We'll see if he does not.
Oh, she tries to please herself too much. Baby,
Man, he must
why
have left the
be
cops in the
this
dust.
way?
Man had the afterburners on that Honda Civic. Fucking turbojets activated.
get away in that original pursuit vehicle. I can tell you that
1 star left.
helicopter is over.
Yeah.
Eyes on it. They are probably streaming ABC7 as we speak. As
Helicopter is just so busted in the police chase meta. You can never escape it.
high rate of speed after into oncoming lanes of traffic. Some wild turns here. They have to get some ground units into this area.
Yeah, I haven't seen a single officer here. Where are they at? Bro, at this point, this guy could probably just go home and just wait out in the wanted level. My god. Where are they? Maybe not. Maybe there's a cat in the helicopter. I don't know. What's that? Not an assignment.
Which is definitely for no other reason except for maybe the possibility of
What is he doing? What the fuck? Oh, fuck. The whole department's here now. Oh! Is he drifting? Oh, God, he actually... Whoa! Did you see that drift? Holy shit! Oh my God, this guy must have hopped in this car and made sure that when he hotwired it, he had his copy of Teriyaki Boys on cassette in order to play it through the radio here. What a mean drift. If the civilians just start chasing him down now. I wonder if he has a plan in mind. See, like right there, I feel like if he had just stopped and like hit somewhere, he might have been alright. Right, this guy's just a piece of shit though. Hitting so many cars, endangering all these civilians. I'm no fan, but it's hard not to appreciate the entertainment of a good chase, especially one where there's no one that's injured. Oh, damn! The chopper's in it. Imagine this is like a just cause situation. This chopper drops like a grappling hook and hits the van, picking it up and drops them off at the police headquarters. Oh man, that'd be so cool. I feel a lot of people insulting the officers. I disagree. When it comes to chases, I think there's a philosophy most of the time where if it's like a very dangerous situation, you don't chase because you don't want to endanger civilians. I think that's their cause, and I think that's the right way. Like, I see a lot of people sitting on them for not engaging in this chase here, and like going fucking crazy and ramping off of parked tow trucks like it's GTA. And I just think that'd be the wrong way of handling it. I'd be more mad at the officers because they're not going to create like in a way that doesn't endanger people. So they're letting this guy go solo, they have the chopper on him so they'll always know where he is, and then they will just go in a safer route that doesn't put people at risk. I think that is the right way of handling it, 100%. So I do not blame the cops at all. The only thing I was criticizing is how slow they were to being on him when he was fully stopped. Since they have the chopper, they're getting real-time info. I would have expected them to at least be closer to him. I wasn't criticizing them for the lack of like high-speed pursuit, fucking hitting him with the pit maneuver in a residential area. They straight up let him hotwire the truck. Though, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's like that. That's the fuck up I'm talking about. They were so far behind. This dude was able to hotwire a truck, run through 5 little townhomes, and then back up 30 times before anyone else showed up to the scene. That's what I'm criticizing. It's not the lack of them chasing him through all of these people, like the residential area, like around all these people's cars. Why didn't they shoot the tires? That's a good point. Like, there was an officer there. I'm shocked he didn't just start shooting the tires out or something. I feel like it's got to be like every officer's dream to like pop the tires on a car. Stray bullets. That's a fair point, actually. That's fair. It was literally a townhome. Good point. Van's got some good horsepower. Almost feels like an advertisement for this van. Not only does it have good horsepower, but the traction on it's actually nuts. He's made some very tight turns, and it's held up really well. I feel like I'm watching a commercial. Easy to steal. Yeah, they'd cut that part out of the ad. God damn. Parting the seas. I cannot believe they haven't hit him with the spike trap yet. He must be driving too fast that they can't get ahead of him for it.
Throughout this pursuit,
The narrator's like an esports announcer. Yeah, he's casting this like it's an actual league match. Can't blame him. Like, this is the most excitement he's probably had on the job ever.
5 freeways approaching Norwalk. If he continues in the west,
He has to have some kind of destination in mind or something. It's just random turns and driving and parking lots.
just went right over the curb there. I mean, there really wasn't really anything in his way. I'm not even sure what.
Yeah, he's even being critiqued by the announcer.
Impossible to set up for spikes. Look at this.
Oh!
Off-roading, trying to get around traffic. Yeah, almost
almost slammed into that tree.
Oh, wait, he did. Yep.
Tailing through the parking lot.
Nearly spun out.
Through an empty warehouse parking lot, back onto Marquette
He
Avenue.
got clipped. Man, watching this live must have been nuts. Fuck. Holy shit. Thanks to Bren.
Yeah, not
Spazzy, when he's so young. I guess so, John.
Oh, he's lost his tire.
Yeah, he's on his rims.
He's on that left rear tire.
Man, and it is still scooting. Oh my god, real time editing. The YouTube chat is going so hard. Paint shop. And then just screaming paint shop. Fullerton PD on the case, baby. Then we're gonna need the Dominic Toretto private military company coming to stop this guy. Oh, wow. It really is a miracle. Oh. Oh, boy. How the fuck does he get out of this situation? What? What is half a protocol for a car like this? What do you do? Like, oh my god, the officer got a gun drawn on a van that's been speeding around in front of me. Do I go around? Do I stay? Like, what the fuck? I would be panicking. Like, I myself would be panicking. I wouldn't know if, like, I need to run away, like, drive out, or if I'm supposed to stay parked. No, this is what the path. I'm talking about the civilian car, not the fucking officer. Jesus Christ, what are you talking about? I just don't know. Like, if I saw this in front of me and I happened to be the car right behind me, my heart would be racing right back to this guy. This is between the decision of, am I supposed to go around this, or am I supposed to just, like, stay parked here, or, like, maybe pull off to the right side like a fire truck? Man, those sparks are flying off like an episode of Howling. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's starting to fire. Oh, maybe he's gonna blow up the van for like a smoke screen. No, there's no way.
The fire under the hood. More pieces flying out there as this vehicle is starting to come apart. I'm thinking it came from the, well, it could be, because, I mean, where else would that smoke be?
Where did that officer just go? What the fuck was that? What? Why did he... Where did that other officer just go? I'm sure this guy's got it. I'm going home. I'm off the clock. Oh, shit! He doesn't seem particularly fast. He also doesn't seem like he has that much sense of urgency here. It's like a casual jog. Oh, he's getting winded already. Oh, boy. Oh! Oh, boy. Now they need a warrant. Now it's over.
Jumping fences. He's jumping fences. Looking for a lane.
An accomplice.
Little dog, small dog down in the backyard. Under that patty.
He's gonna go inside that house and shave his facial hair, change his clothes, and then just pretend to be somebody else. Going that way. Oh, a knife on him. Oh, what the fuck? Whoa! He had it. And then he gets his fucking truck stolen. So they throw a couple punches, and then she's holding him back for some reason. So yeah, if he actually did take action, like stab him or something, he could have gone to jail. Never mind. Are they gonna pay for the truck though, like the city? That's a pretty good record for one day's work. 3 thefts and so far a 25-minute chase. That's a full day. How did he have that much time in the house? The cops weren't far away. He ran here, and the cops chased him in cars. Are they not being sent the information that we're seeing? Because we saw him go through one house and then into another, and he stayed there for like a good 2 minutes. And then went out the front door. I'm guessing stole the keys while he was in the house, got into a fight with the homeowners, and then took the car without a single officer being nearby. Like, I feel like there's plenty of time because the cops were right behind him. Like, you can see them go by right here. They are right here. And he ran through this, slipped, turned around, and then ran through those 2 houses. There must be like some red tape that the cops weren't able to like get over there. Like maybe I was joking, but maybe they like legitimately did need a warrant to even be around the area. I don't know. Man, this is so fucking sad. This is that guy's work vehicle. Fuck, that sucks, man. Like the guy is like he's a talented driver and like the chase is wild, but I feel so fucking bad for all the victims in here. What a shame. Shit, yikes. Yeah, he was pissed in the interview. Oh, they interviewed him? Oh, fuck. Yeah, I mean, he had every right to be pissed. Christ. How did this start? Apparently, he ran from a traffic stop. Or, no, is that what they said at the beginning? Fuck, it's already been so long now this chase has been going on. I think it was. He got stopped. I think he had stolen a vehicle, got stopped, and then sped out. He's also so lucky. Every driver right now is very attentive. The drivers are pulling out of his way and stopping when he's going through the red lights. He is so lucky the drivers around him are actually decent. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is making California drivers look good. Not him in particular. I'm talking about, like, the people on the road. They're able to recognize when he's coming. Like, they must see him behind them. Because they're actually pulling out of the way to avoid any kind of collision with them. And when he's going through the red light intersections, they are stopping. So they see him before he gets there somehow. They're reacting well. So yeah, the California drivers, they're counting a W right now. They're looking pretty strong. If this was Florida, this man would have got hit 9 times already. He probably would have got hit in the parking spot back in the townhomes. See, like, look at that. That's what I'm saying. Like, they are able to recognize this. Like, they're actually paying a ton of attention to their surroundings here. Or that was just a crazy coincidence from this guy. now he can't shake him. It's like a Talladega Nights shake and bake situation. Dude's fucking catching his draft.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, back on the freeway. He is on Sorensen Avenue.
I feel like he has no fucking clue where he is right now. There is no rhyme or reason to his driving here.
For some reason, and he hasn't done this very often, for some reason, he just turned around, very randomly turned around, back towards the freeway, and I wonder, my gut tells me he's looking for an entrance ramp. A close call there, another resident.
There are so many people that have seen, have like been around this now. Like I cannot imagine what seeing this must have been like, and then going home and being like, wow, I was a part of this. That Camry that he passes at minute 31, that was me. That must be so fucking crazy.
Trying to apprehend the suspect at various points, but he has done a masterful job.
Oh my god, the editing here is also second to none. Real time.
So now 2 law enforcement helicopters.
Oh man, they got another department on him? Fuck, I have to pee so bad. Oh my god. We're only 34 minutes in. How? like, I knew it was an hour 40, but it doesn't really register how long that is until you are actually, like, in the thick of it. That is absurd.
And I think this is a shopping center at
What the fuck is the plan here? What?
People walking through this parking lot. He's
Surely I'll lose them in the parking lot.
through this parking lot, a very busy parking lot.
It's that Super Duty? Maybe. What's that? What's happening? Oh my god, he deployed an EMP. Holy shit.
Looks like he's found himself in a dead end. He's in a dead end at the end of Alta.
This is a great opportunity for the officers here.
We'll see if there's any black and whites waiting for him on the other side here. Let's widen out just a little bit, Rob. See what's waiting for him as he comes out the other end of
We shouldn't have widened it. That just oh god. Oh my god. Where are they?
Back on Beverly Boulevard, southbound or westbound Beverly. Westbound Beverly Boulevard, here in South Bay Springs. And no law enforcement in sight, guys. He is slowing down a little bit. Yeah, go ahead, Joe Bono.
Did he wait out the wanted level already? Like, what in the world? Even he's like, oh, he's good. I'll just wait. Just hang out.
And we just have to assume.
There's literally, they're nowhere near. I had, you know what, big W to the announcer here. I can't hear the other end of the guy talking, but I'm assuming he was trying to say, like, the cop strategy is to maybe, like, cool down the scene. Keep an eye on him so that way, like, as he slows down and things settle down, then they'll swoop in. I completely agree with the announcer. This is an absolute maniac. He's already hit like 20 cars, broken into 2 houses, stole a man's car, well, stolen 2 cars, but stole a man's car in front of him, nearly ran over his dog. This is a guy that they absolutely should swarm to get off the streets as quickly as possible. I completely agree with the announcer. This guy is a very big danger to everyone on the road right now. Imagine seeing that light from your car, thinking the rapture's fucking happening. Yeah, that light is so bright. If that shined on me when I was driving, I'd be panicking. I'd be like, my dad was right all along. There really are aliens that visit this planet.
Of that helicopter calling out his location.
Okay, there they are. They're intercepting. Oh, fuck, holy shit. There we go.
These are going to be LA County Sheriffs, that's correct. I think I counted at least 6. At least 6 that I saw.
So now, I think the strategy should be to push him towards the spike trap that they're trying to set up, as opposed to just engaging in like a dangerous pursuit. I think it's to try and flush him towards their spike trap.
As far as I can tell, I can only hope, we can only cross our fingers.
Yeah, now it's a lot more predictable.
That is going to take away at least some of the risk, although everybody on the freeway is certainly going to be in his path here of destruction, as we've seen this evening.
Oh my god.
Almost guaranteed.
He almost flipped that car. Holy shit.
You can see those already ruined several people's day, but fortunately, at least from what we can tell, does not appear.
What was that?
That's a weed whacker that fell off the back of that truck.
Oh. Hats off to the cameraman. This was a huge, like, this is real time, by the way. He was able to see that fly off and then zoom in on it and then still keep up with the chase. Good for him. I was very curious what flew off there as well. I thought he started like firing missiles like a James Bond truck or something. It was like a little torpedo or something. Don't sell yourself short. Oh!
My goodness.
Jeepers.
Now continuing after missing that cross traffic just
Holy shit.
looked like maybe an undercover vehicle at the intersection. There, look at that.
Oh, wait, oh, damn.
It's a very
They had the right read, but the wrong spot.
very good that they were able to control. Look at
Amen,
that.
brother.
Losing control.
Ooh.
Crashed into another car. That
Pinballed there for a minute.
He was trying to evade that deputy, and he was coming up right behind him in the oncoming lanes of traffic. But really, what can they do? I mean, he's just
Yeah, you can't just like head-on collision.
a head-on collision, which is not an option.
Yeah,
Turn around now.
that'd be a terrible option.
Ahead of here, which there will be another major intersection.
Just imagine the officers like on the radio. This one's for my country boys. Fucking head-on collides with him. Leans back with a smile on his face.
Every intersection that he blows through.
Fucking action movie scene. The raid boss is cornered. Well, then, okay. Okay, that's... I disagree with the statement about the boxing in. I think they had a better opportunity to box him in before that point. That was just a really good shooting the gap from him. That one wasn't even on the officers. I think they just waited too long to try and box him in. They had a much better opportunity to do that further back. But then that guy really fucked him in the face with that one. Fucking squeezed a stinker in there. He is making this pickup truck look like it's a smart car. Like, I don't know how he's able to fit through these small gaps and these small holes here. It's wild. Yeah, probably. Right now. Oh, he lost his tire. Oh, is it the bumper? It might not be the tires. Oh no, it's the tires. Yeah. What happened to the announcer there? What did he swallow water and it go down the wrong pipe? What was this noise? Listen to this.
This pursuit. Last time.
Hi. What y'all think about that video? You like it? I hope you did. If you did, be sure to leave us some feedback or something.
Also, how is there 40 minutes still? To circle back, they're doing everything by the book. I'm gonna say maybe this is one of those moments where an officer comes in, slaps it down and says, "It's time we bend our own rules, Chief." And he's like, "All right, give me your badge and your gun, you're off the case." And then he gets the job done. Because the only reason this hasn't been more of a catastrophe is because this guy's somehow been able to avoid hitting most people, most cars, and most things. And that's just a legitimate miracle. This protocol could have had so many problems if this driver was a little worse than he is. He should have been caught fucking 50 minutes ago. Like, this, I don't know how effective this protocol is, to be honest. Surely there's gotta be some other way. Yeah, it can't really break. Oh boy. Yep, it's all crumbling. Alright, there we go. This has to be where it is. There's no way. So I will say I did know that they shot him. He doesn't die. He survives the shooting. I did know that. I knew ultimately it was like that. I just didn't know how he ever got to that point. So I wanted to stay in this standstill. In fact, I didn't know if I was thinking about her. You don't have to put the mask on. Man, I had a lot of fun. It's a real shame that it's over now. I hate to say it. Wait, no, it's good. What a crazy fucking chase. Okay, so it wasn't a full hour 40, it was about an hour 12. That's still absurd.
get out my house. I'm gonna outside, be like, right now, man.
It all began in Anaheim just before 5.
What? He refused to leave the area. Well, let's, you know what, actually, let's check that out in real time. Let's see how stern this refusal was to leave the area. I'm so curious here. Because it looks like he gets hit, and then is the second the officers show up on the scene, arrested.
Into a gas station.
Okay, so that's, his car's now just been hit again. So his car's been hit twice. So he's still there, he hasn't been arrested yet. Now he's being arrested.
They have stopped. The wheel is off.
It's been a matter of seconds. Actual seconds. Yikes. That's fucking trash. That's some straight garbage right there. That guy did nothing wrong and just gets arrested for getting hit twice. You got an injury so you can sue. You absolutely should. That's so fucked up. Oh my god, I'd be so tight. My car just got hit. Oh my god, my car just got hit again. What the fuck is happening? I'm processing information. Okay, honey, what do I do? The cops are here, they're shooting. Do I pull out and run, or is that gonna look suspicious? I don't know what to do. Holy fuck, they're opening my door. Oh my god, I'm being arrested. It's been 20 seconds. Like, they want him to literally be like a speedrunner to immediately make this decision instantly in an intensely stressful situation after being hit twice out of nowhere. That is outrageous. Oh yeah, and apparently they roughed him up too, which you could kind of see, which I said was really fucking weird because they threw him on the ground and like aggressively handcuffed the shit out of him. What must have happened is they got confused on who they were actually chasing, and for some reason assumed it was this car. I have no other explanation for why that would have even happened remotely. Because even if they were out there just to like fuck things up, they have a perfect target with the guy who's just gone on an hour-long pursuit, a chase. They wouldn't even need to rough up this guy. They have someone they can go beat the shit out of. That makes no sense. I think that's the only explanation. They didn't want to look dumb. So they tried to come up with some kind of justification for roughing this guy up. But I think the real reason was they got confused on who they were actually chasing. It'd been over an hour. It spanned so much distance that they just simply forgot what the car or suspect looked like. So the first person they saw when they arrived at the scene, because keep in mind, those people that arrested him, those cops, they showed up so late, they were probably so out of it, they just fucked this guy up thinking that this was the suspect. That's the only thing I can make sense of. They didn't get confused. I see no other reason why they would have. I see people keep saying racism. They had no idea this guy's race when they got there. They literally ripped the first guy out of the car they saw. I don't think race came into play at all. They legitimately showed up and ripped this man out of his car. He's not following order. Yeah, that's just a dog shit take. I think real time, it was 20 seconds from the second time his car gets hit. That's 20 seconds of pure panic. Instantaneous chaos. 1 second you are parked with your family. Next second you've been hit by a pickup truck, and then you get hit again by the same pickup truck after a cop hits it. You're fucking stunned. You're not processing things normally. 100%. He gets out, he's confused, he's trying to make sense of what's happening, and then he goes to get back in, probably to leave, which I think would be the logical thing to do. That would probably be most people's thought process, like, holy shit, they're shooting, I'm gonna leave. And then that's when they throw him down. That is absolutely just being cocked out. I don't think there's any excuse. There's actually no time for him to not even follow orders. It is 20 seconds from the time his car gets hit the second time. Actual 20 real world seconds. He's getting arrested right here, and the second time he gets hit was right here. Well, a little before that. But yeah, roughly like 20 seconds. Have they released anything about the driver? Because I didn't see anything pop up about him. They let him go for being a Dallas Cowboys fan. He's suffered enough. Yeah, well, that is rough. That is rough. It's finally here. A response more hyped up than the Avatar sequel. Logan Paul is addressing the massive 3-part investigation conducted by CopyZilla, exposing CryptoZoo as a potential scam. Logan Paul was not too happy about that controversy, so he made a video pretty much doubling down on everything about cryptos never doing a scam while admitting that hiring criminals for the team and trying to poke holes in Coffeezilla's credibility, but without ever providing evidence for why Coffeezilla is no longer credible. It was not the best response, but it was enough to win over a lot of people's trust somehow, even though Logan Paul never actually addresses any of Coffee's claims with the evidence Coffee provides. Instead, he fixates on a couple of small things, none of which actually contribute to disproving anything from Coffeezilla's video series or his year-long investigation, and instead just kind of serves to assassinate Coffeezilla's character, and then throws the problem on the floor and says he's taking Coffeezilla to court. I'll see you in court, John. He makes it clear that he will be pursuing legal action against Coffee for this investigation, so overall, very curious to see how this all plays out from here. I'm going to show you that video as well as going over it, because like I said, he never actually addresses any of the evidence that claims that Coffeezilla provides for his investigation. He doesn't do anything to prove his innocence. All he does is talk about cryptos and companies. I'll make sure. He's going to give us? Well, so far it looks like he's given us just barely enough nutrients to survive. Like, I'm still hungry. Coffeezilla released a 3-part series on an investigation that spanned the course of a year. Logan Paul gave us a 7-minute appetizer that he's trying to serve us with the outro. Like, come on, there's no meat on these things.
Coffeezilla, I want to say that series called Investigating Logan Paul's latest scam, and like many on this platform, successfully use my name to
Coffeezilla's entire brand is all about exposing scams in his face. You yourself commended him for his work ethic and his like actual great content, and you have immediately wiped your ass with that phony statement. What an awful start. We are 7 seconds into this and it's already a terrible start. You've already exposed yourself for one lie already. You called yourself a fan and how Steven always gets it right. Until now. And now all of a sudden it's all about views because of your name. Yucky.
reviews and money. While your work used to be impartial, the addiction to clicks has clouded your judgment and you've made very real errors with very real repercussions. Coffee, you took a
like
shot
what?
at my reputation. So in this video today, I'm going to be defending myself with facts, something that you have gotten in the habit of twisting as you continue to morph from an investigator to a gossip channel.
You see, interesting, because he gets like the whole story even from the people he's exposing. He directly talks to like Amio Talio for Paradox Metaverse and stuff. I am curious which ones he's referring to. That's a bold statement. Do you have anything to back that up, Logan? Is that in here somewhere? Spoiler alert, no. This is just a plot thread with no closure here. He says that he's been making very real errors as he's morphed into more of a gossip channel, yet provides nothing to substantiate that claim. No evidence. He just says, he's getting things wrong now. Source? I made it the fuck up. Trust me, bro. That's the source. Like, that is laughable. You can't state that, you can't make that claim and have nothing to back it up. Besides this situation, if you're claiming is wrong, what else? You're saying that now, as he's gotten more popular, he's no longer impartial, he's more of a gossip channel that's completely fine with getting facts wrong. Can you show me something that proves that statement from you? You didn't. Do you have anything, or are you just pulling it out of your asshole?
You see, Coffeezilla tried to work with law enforcement in the past, but his work was described as not anchored to truth and often speculative. He is a lopsided journalist with an agenda, and he's nothing more than a few star of the But as opposed to just
Oh, that's such a big thing. Whoa, the legendary double fist into the butthole of wild claims with no evidence, huh, Logan? A bold maneuver. Now he says that he's trying to work with law enforcement, but was often deemed not anchored in truth, or the work was speculative. Do you have anything to back that up anywhere? You making that statement piqued my interest, and I feel like I did more investigative work on me just being curious than you did for your whole response video, because I reached out to Coffeezilla and talked about some of the claims here. And Coffeezilla wasn't so curious when we talked about this one, about wanting to work with law enforcement. According to Coffeezilla, he's never wanted to work with law enforcement, never has tried to, and in fact the only time he's ever had any communication with law enforcement is when they approached him to hand over some of his evidence on the case. So I don't know where the fuck this is coming from.
Code fled to Switzerland and held it hostage for $1 million. Well, his name is Zach Kelling. Clearly, as the internet detective that he proclaims to be, you would know that he spent time in prison for multiple felonies, one for aggravated robbery, armed robbery at a liquor store, and the other for...
Sounds like a good member of the Crypto Zoo
obstructing
team.
the legal process. I can see why you kept him anonymous.
Who will be calling Z here.
I guess, among many things, had not only an agenda, but a fondness for orange jumpsuits.
Why is he on your team? In fact, him admitting that detail makes you look a little more confident. Now that I know you hired a fucking criminal to work on the project, I have even less faith in you to make good choices. This doesn't discredit anything. At all, actually. This just makes you look worse.
Or did you just hear what you wanted to hear and move on? Because even if you're lying to yourself, Steven, you still have to believe it. And I know what you're thinking. What type of idiot would work with an unsavory individual?
That is what I was thinking.
I guess that's what I get for trusting the team that I relied on to vet and manage Eddie's hiring process, who has turned out to be a professional con man that I have since learned through billionaires, the Mormon Church, the owner of the New York Yankees.
Hey, who'd you learn that from, Logan? Which source did you learn that information from? Surely it wasn't Steven, since you're talking about how untruthful and how often speculative and wrong it is. So surely you didn't learn that information from Steven, right, Logan?
Invested in a cryptocurrency, was allegedly responsible for 2 rug pulls before you interviewed him. So either you missed that or you knew it and failed to let the public know. Why? Because it was a clear sign that he was also untrustworthy. You see, unsettling research would prove that to be false, and you can definitely hatch eggs and even breed your animals. Oh, you got a duck! Cross-hatching was available on eBay, which you perpetuated the opposite as truth with a chest out. Basically, nothing worked. And by the way, I was all NFTs are just pictures. No, just a picture. And surely.
So the project sucks. So it's nothing new, I suppose. It is just, again, JPEG on JPEG, and that's it. It's not a game. You're right, NFTs are all worthless pictures, but you were proposing a game. In fact, your friend was like, oh, you're not even talking about this like a project. This is like a game. And your exact words was, it's a game. It's a really, really fun game. But now you're just here saying, it's just pictures. Which is the point everyone was making. It's not a game. It's more just NFT JPEGs that are just stock images. You're contradicting your own sales pitch. So I don't know about this guy. This guy could very well be super untrustworthy. I'll take Logan's word for it here. These were interviews with alleged victims of the rug pull. Now, even if this guy, and I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt here, even if this guy is a very shady character, he could have still been scammed. It's not mutually exclusive, because he's not the only one. So among the thousands upon thousands of people you scammed, one of them happens to be a douchebag scammer as well. That doesn't discredit the whole point, though. There was like 12 other people he interviewed as well, but even the non-interviewed people, there were tons of victims. Coffee used him as a spokesperson. No, he had like 12 other people there, and he just had his testimonial as part of it.
Right? So why have you allowed the illegal recording of Jeff's phone call without his permission? And then more like an internet criminal, post it online.
And it was interesting, it was like...
Crypto King Jake stole $6 million. True or not, we had already removed him from the team when we realized Conman Eddie, lead developer, stole $1.7 million. True or not, when we learned he was a bad actor as well, while myself and Jeff sold nothing and made nothing as verified through investigation and the blockchain.
Jeff, Logan's manager, to my knowledge, never sold. Neither did Logan Paul.
I repeat, and illegal. I suggest you use the money you got from company and Patreon to hire a good lawyer. You're gonna need it.
I guess to piggyback off that, why didn't you update the community on the project? Why didn't you talk to the community that brought all of this to light, who felt scammed for the last year and has lost tons and tons and tons of money on it? Why have you only ever sent 3 Discord messages, one of them right before posting the video? This is very easy to continue going back and forth with this finger-pointing. If it's not a scam and you really are working on it, why the complete radio silence with your community? And even if you was, you can still say, hey, we're going through legal trouble, but we're still working on the game. We're not a scam. We're working on it. And what about the handmade asset, or the handmade art, which was proven to be stock photos? 7 minutes of fury, but not a whole lot of evidence on specific claims, just more broader things. So you hired 2 criminals because you didn't do any amount of background research. Why is there faith in CryptoZoo? Why should there be going forward? How about here? It's coming. How? Have you replaced the 2 criminals? But yeah, he posted in the Discord for the first time in a year right before releasing that. So he has 3 messages in the Discord. One of them was yo, and then the other one was I'm drunk, or I'm sober right now. So he hasn't really been keeping the community up to date with what's going on, which is why for a year now everyone's felt like they've been scammed. 0 apologies, 0 addressing victims, and 0 accountability. Logan accused me of not reaching out to him directly until December 24th. It doesn't mention I reached out over a year ago prior on Instagram. It's not the optimal platform to get a response. But I also don't know how you're supposed to get in touch with someone like that. It's not through his manager. There's no direct means of communication that I know of. He's only after a year of making a response, and he went calling his manager for answers about CryptoZoo and automatically stupid responses. So now you're admitting like you just didn't see it. Which I mean, it's through Instagram, it's not optimal, but like, it's not hard to believe that he wouldn't know how to get in contact directly if it's just not through your manager. That's the whole point of a manager. He could have used Twitter. He blocked him. Logan blocked him. Plus, Logan Paul's DMs are closed. I can't DM Logan Paul. No, I don't expect you to see every DM, which is why I reached out to your manager. Because he said I was trying to reach you because I haven't gotten a response. I mean, them's the receipts. I mean, yeah, Jeff read it. So, what kind of people is Logan Paul hiring? Literal criminals. He admits to it. He hired a fucking criminal. Well, 2 of them, actually. Well, 3 if you count crypto. 3 criminals. You had Eddie, the professional con man, who was just a blatant con man. I don't know how anyone on Logan Paul's team can hear this guy's story and think for a second he's real. He claims to have won the fucking 2018 Super Bowl in the Philadelphia Eagles and claimed to be like a hacker responsible for AOL hacking. And also a CIA operative. And also was supposedly a billionaire and shit. Like, it takes minutes to deduce that this guy's trying out the real deal. And then I don't know why he ever teamed up with Jake the crypto thing. That guy's an actual serious scammer. I hope that he does talk more on Impulsive because, like I said, he didn't tackle specific claims with evidence such as all of the text messages and all of the actual statements from the meetings that Jake crypto thing provided, where it showcased his, like, the whole team's motives behind the product, as well as market manipulation, and then everything else working behind the scenes. He doesn't tackle the handmade art assets being just blatantly false and provably wrong. Apparently, I didn't do the research myself, but from all the evidence, seems pretty cut and dry. He didn't tackle the actual specific claims on the project. He's going more big picture with it, but he focused in on some really small ones, I think. Again, this guy being a scammer and also getting scammed by CryptoZoo doesn't really prove a point other than this one guy is a piece of shit who also got scammed by my project. He lost money on it just like everyone else. He shouldn't have been in your video. And that's fair. Definitely not a good spokesperson giving testimonials if he's also not a good person. But it also doesn't discredit all of the true victims that are there. But he doesn't prove his innocence here either. This is still a project that should have no backers. He hired 3 fucking criminals to run it with him. There's no amount of background checking, there's no communication, everyone did lose money on it. There is no reason that this should continue to exist. What he should do is apologize to everyone that lost money and just fucking refund their investments. Just eat shit on it and move on. If you want to continue to try and have a good reputation. Even if it wasn't designed to be a scam, which, again, all of those group chat messages as well as everything provided from Jake, I believe, seems like from the beginning it was designed to just be a money-making exploit. But even if that wasn't the point, everyone did lose money on it. It is still in a non-functional state overall for the majority of your users. Do you think there's anything Logan can actually take legal action on? I don't think so. I don't see how he could, if I'm being honest. I don't really think there was anything necessarily defamatory about CoffeeZilla's video, and I don't think that's what he's going to go for. He's going to go for the unethical record, like, I think it is like actually illegal to record a private phone call conversation. He's going to go for that angle, talking about an illegally recorded phone call with his manager. So if he is going for something legal, I think that's the angle he'll take because he does have a leg there. But as for defamatory, I don't think so, since it was part of just like an actual open investigation that was publicized. Plus, I don't really think you're gonna win as a crypto company that actually did have tons and tons and tons of victims that lost money on it. Not in Texas. It's not illegal in Texas. Is that right? I didn't know that. CoffeeZilla's in Texas. Well, yeah, that's why that would be relevant to this. No, it's probably not about winning. It's probably just about strong-arming because Logan has significantly more money to hire a legal team than Bully for a long, long time. You're definitely biased, though. I would have been super open to Logan Paul somehow figuring out like how to prove all of that wrong. It's just the evidence was like pretty tight. It wasn't just like circumstantial nonsense. It was like very thorough investigation, man. That's not bias. That's looking at evidence and seeing this is, you know, not a lot of wiggle room, but I'm open to hearing. Then I heard a couple of decent points. Granted, I don't think they're that strong overall. Like, CoffeeZilla omitted that one of my core developers is actually a criminal. Like, okay, he didn't say that. You are right. CoffeeZilla probably knew this guy was a criminal and didn't bother mentioning it. Though I don't think mentioning it makes you look better. In fact, I think it really makes you look worse. You hired him. You did no amount of information gathering or background checking. But you're right. CoffeeZilla didn't mention that. That was omitted. Or CoffeeZilla not doing his research enough on this guy being a scammer. Fair enough. That is correct. He is not someone that should have been in the testimonials as one of the victims, though, even though he probably did lose money on it. It's a scammer who got scammed. It doesn't discount the rest of the people who gave testimonials that did lose money, but you focused on one who is a bad person, apparently. That's fair enough. Yeah, CoffeeZilla probably shouldn't have had him in the testimonials. And then the egg hatching thing. I believe there was evidence about the egg hatching not being functional fully when the game launched. And I think in CoffeeZilla's video, he did say, like, they did eventually try and get that working, but it's still not in a fully functional state. So those are like the only points. And then this call being illegally reported, which apparently is not illegal in Texas. And then he confirms what CoffeeZilla confirmed about Jake stealing, Eddie stealing, and Jeff and Logan never selling. He confirmed that. So CoffeeZilla was right. I think that was it, right? There wasn't anything else. Yeah. And then it was just about him, like, saying, we're working our ass off, it's gonna come out, it's not a scam, without providing any information on what exactly they're gonna do differently. You gotta hire more criminals? It's just scammers scamming scammers. Yeah. That's exactly what it was internally. Again, another thing he didn't address was all of the group chats that are now public. He didn't deny them either, he just legitimately didn't even bother talking about it. Or any of their internal memos about market manipulation. It's enough for his fans who didn't watch the coffee video, though. Yeah, it is going to be enough for the fans, and it's going to be enough for the Crypto Zoo backers who are still holding on. There's that, like, false hope, but... Here, just going through Twitter takes real quick. This seems kind of representative of most of the hive mind on it, so I'm just going to read it. So this is just one person's opinion, kind of echoed in different ways. Logan and his team need to be held accountable for picking horrible partners, but to say he scammed when he didn't sell is insane. Just because he didn't sell doesn't mean that it wasn't a scam. Tons and tons of people lost money, and his internal partners did sell, making millions. Who's to say Logan Paul wouldn't have sold if it kept going? Plus, all of the group chat that is now public seems to have confirmed that this whole thing was just all about making as much money as possible and as quickly as possible on a bad idea. Still a scam. Just because it didn't sell doesn't mean it's not a scam. He 100% was going to sell if it didn't happen. Yeah, but that's just speculation. I don't know. I don't know if he would have sold. I will say the reason, one thing that definitely contributed to not selling is after Jake sold and made $6 million, the price right in the shitter. So obviously he wasn't going to sell too. And then Eddie sold $1.7 million and then deeper into the shitter. So clearly he wasn't going to be selling regardless. I don't know if his intention was to sell, but it seems like the intention with the project, based on all of the group chats, was to make as much money off the audience as he could for the whole team. Didn't he make money from the egg sales? That I still don't really know. Even in CoffeeZilla, I was scratching my head because I don't know. I don't think we can say for sure whether or not he himself got the money off of the egg sales. That I think is still just kind of tough to say for certain. Watch the CoffeeZilla video though, it's a lot different with this context. What the fuck? What different context? What are you talking about? I guess in this one part where this guy giving his testimonial is untrustworthy, but other than that, it doesn't change the list. The evidence is still there. He didn't tackle any of the evidence. He just said that one of them was unethically and illegally gathered through that recorded phone call. And he was actually rude about it, or that Z that he was talking about was actually a criminal that Logan hired. Like, it doesn't change the list. How the fuck is Logan still sticking with Jeff? That I don't know. Jeff just sounds like an actually observable stupid man, like an actual stupid idiot. I don't know why he keeps Jeff around. I don't. I really don't. I actually think Logan had no idea who was being hired. It was all Jeff, but Logan's gonna still take the fall for it because he just let Jeff run rampant like a dog off the leash. Hired 2 criminals, and then those criminals hired a criminal. So then eventually they hired all 3 fucking criminals. Like, I don't know why he keeps him around. He didn't say how it was a scam. I actually think a lot of children have too much easy access to the internet. What do you mean explain how it was a scam? What do you mean? The method of scamming was gathering as much money from people, talking about how fun this game is, how you can play to earn money on this game. And when the game comes out, the game isn't in a functional state for a while. Maybe it is now, perhaps. Logan seems to insinuate that it is functional. But regardless, it is worth something. You did not play for a while, and now when you do play, you don't earn money. So you just lose money. However, his team made in total $7.7 million off of selling. It's called Pump and Dump. Now, Logan and Jeff didn't sell. That is true. That didn't happen. But just because they didn't sell doesn't mean it wasn't a scam. There was a group chat where they were talking about money-making ways through the crypto space and copying a certain project that was very lucrative, and the entire conversation was always about making money off of Logan's audience. They then even get into market manipulation tactics, talking about what's an acceptable amount to sell on any given day to not influence price too much. It's a scam. That is a scam. I don't know why I needed to break it down into the Cliff Notes for you. I don't see why that was necessary. But I hope we're all on the same page there. Now, Logan Paul is denying that this was ever the case. So he's not like apologizing to all the people that lost money or anything. He's saying that with this guy stealing the code, there was a huge setback, and there's just been so much going on behind the scenes, and then Jake tanking it, and then Eddie tanking it. It's just been hard to rebuild, but he's been working super hard to bring it back. But he still is missing the big problem. Nothing was communicated to the buyers. They have been left in the dark for over a year. Logan Paul has made 2 Discord messages in a year. One of them was yo, and the other was I'm sober, shake my head. He made a 3rd Discord message 2 days ago, right before posting this video. There's nothing being conveyed to all those people that lost a ton of money. So even if it's not, even if Logan Paul never thought it was a scam, there were very real victims that lost very real money on this project, all because of him. Do you think Logan will actually follow through with this court thing? Yes. I think 100% Logan Paul will follow through with the court thing. He has significantly more money than CoffeeZilla. He doesn't even need to win in court. He just needs to bully him. And I think that's exactly what he's going to do. 100%. Why do you think Coffee declined Logan's invite to the podcast? Because you got invited right before Christmas. And then again, right before New Year's. Who's going to want to fucking fly to LA for that on his podcast? Of course he's not doing that. CoffeeZilla also reached out saying, hey, let's just do it over a video call. Why did Logan decline a video call, which is significantly easier and more convenient? So you try and intimidate him. There's plenty of reasons not to go on Logan's podcast to talk about it. I think the obvious one, Logan completely controls what actually makes it in the final cut. Like, there's nothing to be gained there. Why not just do it over a video call on a stream? Literally anything. CoffeeZilla CoffeeZilla offered just a full video voice call so they could talk about it, which is very convenient for both parties. Logan Paul didn't even mention Dink Doink. Like, yes, I know. We all know Logan Paul has had some very shady shit, but this was focused on CryptoZoo, and he didn't address the evidence-backed, all of the evidence-backed claims from CoffeeZilla. He focused on just a couple of nitpicks, really, and then the broader picture of I didn't sell, and CryptoZoo's not supposed to be a scam, and I'm committed to making it real and work and fixing it. He just posted the CryptoZoo's Twitter for the first time in a year. Yeah, the timing is really weird. That is so odd that now all of a sudden he's all in on CryptoZoo despite radio silence for a year. Just a coincidence, I'm sure. You seem pretty biased. I'm so tired of that word losing all meaning. One side had evidence, the other side didn't. It's just that simple. I was very open to hearing how Logan Paul would attack the evidence, like maybe there was holes in it, maybe things are misconstrued or misrepresented, but he didn't. He didn't even address the things with actual substantial evidence. That's the whole thing. The word bias has lost all meaning right now. He discredited a witness, and that doesn't discredit him from being a victim of the scam, by the way. How many times do I have to say it? This guy, Emilio, can be a scammer himself, have a shady past, and still have been one of the many victims of CryptoZoo. It's not mutually exclusive. But yes, I agree. He should not have been in the testimonials for the victims. In fact, if he wasn't, Logan Paul would only have a single point in this video. Which is, you recorded my manager being a fucking idiot without his permission, and it's illegal somewhere. There would be absolutely no grounds at all for defamation. Plus, as he even mentions, he never made any money off CryptoZoo, allegedly. And he even says he never plans to make any money off CryptoZoo. When it comes to a defamation case, you have to prove damages. What was damaged? A reputational damage, I guess? Kind of a stretch, though, because the reputational damage is from the project failing, not so much CoffeeZilla's video. You would easily be able to argue that the actual reputational hit came from delivering or never delivering a product. I just feel like that's going to be tough. I like how he calls CoffeeZilla's videos an oversimplification when it's 3 parts of a year-long investigation and you release 7 minutes and don't debunk any of his claims. Yeah, he was the one that oversimplified the situation. Before being done with the topic, there's one more thing I'd like to say, and it's right here.
Understand this. For years of personal reform, going through trials and tribulations, and busting my ass to evolve into a person that I can say I'm actually proud of, you led the charge to drive and monetize a narrative telling millions of people that I'm a fraud or I tried to scam my audience.
So, even before CoffeeZilla made this video, every single one of the investors of CryptoZoo felt like they had been scammed by a fraud named Logan Paul. CoffeeZilla told their story. They are real victims, lost real money on your project, and CoffeeZilla told their story and tried to give an explanation for what happened. This was not CoffeeZilla that started this. Even if one of those victims is shady himself, that doesn't discredit all of the other very real, normal audience members that lost money on your shit. Jake did nothing wrong, he was screwed over. There is no such thing as a Crypto King meat writer. There's no way I just read that. That has got to be a bot, no shot. That man is a serial scammer. Do I feel bad for Logan Paul and his team getting used by Jake? No, it's scammers scamming scammers. But Jake, the Crypto King, is legitimately one of the slimiest men the internet's ever had. He bounces from Pokemon scams right into NFT scams, CryptoZoo, like, the guy sucks. But at least in this case, he scammed scammers for the most part, but that also did have the impact on normal, real people who also lost money. So fuck him. He's not some Robin Hood who stole from the rich and gave to the poor. He stole from the rich and the poor and kept it for himself. January 3rd is a date that had more importance to me than my own birthday, because that was the day Logan Paul said he was going to respond to CoffeeZilla's investigative series on his CryptoZoo project. Throughout a year-long investigation conducted by CoffeeZilla, he produced 3 videos that highlighted that CryptoZoo was a scam, and told the story of tons of victims who lost money and went over how it got to that point and what went on behind the scenes. Logan Paul stated that he would be responding to all the allegations on January 3rd, and he did, in a remarkably baffling way. So January 3rd rolled around. It was this very sad wet fart of a response from Logan Paul. He released a 7-minute video where he addressed none of the actual claims that had evidence backing them and avoided all of the actual hard-hitting facts that CoffeeZilla was providing without giving his side of anything. Instead, he just started attacking the character of CoffeeZilla and throwing out wild accusations with nothing to back up his claims in his own video, which makes him very hypocritical in that sense, such as him stating at the very beginning that CoffeeZilla's been getting information wrong because he's turned into a gossip channel without ever showing any of the things he's gotten wrong recently, and him saying that he tried to work in law enforcement but was turned away for being not truthful and his work often being speculative, of which he provides no sources to where he got that, so I imagine he reached into his colon and pulled it out like a little dingleberry. So his video wasn't the best when it came to proving his innocence. So he then released a podcast episode yesterday going over it deeper. However, it's not deep at all. This shit is shallower than a micro penis. It doesn't go anywhere. It's still the very surface level shit where he doesn't actually talk about any of the evidence-backed claims that CoffeeZilla makes against him, his team, and his project. It's an hour and 20 minutes of them trying to play the victim here, and it's so shameless at one point that he even begins reading a letter that he supposedly received from a fan that made him tear up, talking about how great of a person Logan is and how he has such a kind heart, and Logan tears up on the podcast again. None of this has anything to do with the CoffeeZilla investigation or CryptoZoo, so it just seems like he's farming sympathy points for some reason. It's just not good at all. This is actually significantly worse than a 7-minute response video. Now, he does reinforce that he will be suing CoffeeZilla for defamation for his investigative series on CryptoZoo, which leads me to believe that Logan Paul is truly surrounded by absolute fucking troglodytes. There is nobody in Logan Paul's immediate circle that gives him good advice. A defamation case is extremely hard to win in even the best of circumstances. But you have a shady crypto company that a ton of people lost a ton of money on. You're the guy who investigated from here and provided nothing but an unbiased perspective at the fact. No matter how you want to spin it, his objective in the case. Logan Paul seems to believe that people are highlighting him as a supervillain, his words, not mine. But the actual investigation is, you can see CoffeeZilla multiple times mentions that he can't pay the bill for one year. In fact, so much more power on the other side of the so the defamation case not only have to prove that the information is correct, you have to prove that no one can correct by the person who put it out there. You have to prove that it's legitimate. And the company has to somehow prove that CoffeeZilla knew all of this information was wrong, and in any way for the sole purpose of hurting your image. And that's a very difficult thing to do, because you can make tons of arguments that CoffeeZilla, even if things are wrong, which so far Logan Paul's proven nothing wrong, aside from one of the besides that, he would then have such a solid defense regardless, because he investigated and just provided like information he gathered from Logan Paul's team. And so he would have very strong case that this is a defamation. I was doing a public service record with all of this information. But it's an unbelievable defamation, and I have to imagine that Logan Paul knows that and just wants people talking about it equally and costing a lot of fucking time. It's fucked up. It's them that were bad. It's not my fault. Why are you getting mad at me? I just hired the criminals. Obviously, you're responsible for the team you put together. You are liable for two of them stealing $7.7 million from the project here. That is your fault. I don't know why you keep falling back on, no, it's just that those criminals that did it, not me. Like, it's such a fucking stupid defense. I already did get kind of the spoilers that he really just repeats what he said in his video, which is nothing. Even in this hour and 20 long podcast, he doesn't actually debunk any of CoffeeZilla's claims.
Always trying to get attention, and now he doesn't give a fuck about us, so he's not going to speak out about it until this other dude's going to speak out, and now this is going to talk now. Great question.
What was the question? He was just like spitting a fact. Now I know these are just like his lackeys, and his point is like, this is all wrong, but it wasn't even a question. He's just like, he's just like, right. Like, the only thing he failed to mention there is that it was a scam. But everything else, yeah, right. It's not like you were going to talk about Crypto Zoo the next day or something. If CoffeeZilla never made the video telling the victim's story, this would have stayed just buried, fading into obscurity.
Here's some receipts. Again, just for context. His name's Steven. The first time he reached out to me was on Christmas Eve after he released the series.
Logan, big guy. Coffee already posted the receipts. He reached out to you directly on Instagram, which was your only means of communication, by the way, since you blocked him, over a year ago. When that was a dead end, you reached out to your manager multiple times asking to talk directly to you. Jeff left him on red. It wasn't until every other avenue was burned that he called your manager, Jeff. Those receipts were already posted. But you are right, you did reach out again on December 24th to your email, again, after exhausting everything else, again, because you have been blocked.
This is big for him. He's had a lot of traction, being like 500,000 subscribers, and I'm sure he got a decent amount of money from his Patreon. But I am not interested in feeding into that anymore, so we'll be answering the questions that, or hopefully, he was going to ask me, and then you're going to ask me today on this podcast.
But that's just so transparently weak. Your offer was for him to fly out to your studio to do it, so couldn't the same argument be made for you?
When you do,
like, that's not a strong point that you for some reason harp on so heavily. His offer was to just do a general video call. In fact, CoffeeZilla doesn't even do those interviews, video calls on his main channel. He does it on a secondary platform. So it wouldn't even be milking views or anything out of it. It's literally just getting the truth.
Hey Steven, just wanted to put my response to your scam allegations on your radar, link below. Even though you broke laws, dangerously misleading falsehoods, and wrongfully accused me of scamming my fans, I'd still let the host run impulsive, again unmonetized. It could either be one of...
Hardly substantiated your evidence. I'm going to give him leeway on the breaking laws because even I didn't realize Texas was a one-party consent law when it came to recording conversations on the phone. So he didn't break laws. So that's blatantly wrong. I'm going to give him leeway because I also didn't realize that was legal in Texas. But this, fucking yikes. And fabricated, dangerously misleading falsehoods. What, talking to your team of criminals? Like, directly? What do you mean?
If someone scams a person or an organization, they deceive them in order to get something valuable from them, especially when that is the definition of scam. So, my first question, and this question's answered in this series, it was a 5-second video that was part of probably an hour-long documentary that I filmed was how much money did you make off the sale of the coin?
Just because Logan didn't make the money doesn't mean it wasn't a scam. You know who did make money in $7.7 million worth? Two of the other criminals he hired to run it with him, Mike. Yes, it is a scam, even though Logan didn't make the money off of it. Holy shit. I'm going to assume that this had to have been recorded a week or longer. There's no way he recorded this and released it a day after his response video and the reception and all of the points made about it. I refuse to believe he is that blissfully ignorant of what's going on. This has to be more. This is wildly bad. This is just... So the setup he's doing here is Coffee refused to come on impulsive, so instead I'm gonna have my sidekick here make up easy softball questions that we think CoffeeZilla may have asked if he was lobotomized. And then Logan tackles those easy ones. For instance, what is a scam? Well, by the definition of a scam, Logan, did you make money off of this? And I already know the answer. Well, no, Mike. In fact, CoffeeZilla even corroborated this. I never sold the coin. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, this seems to be misconception.
That's not a misconception. We know you didn't sell.
That probably gloss over. So,
never said you did. Said you didn't. Said you didn't.
you lost money trying to make things right.
Also said you did.
Everyone else in the project.
Except for Jake and the other person. Except by those two. Exactly.
No money was made.
That
by Jeff.
Thus, everything CoffeeZilla said was accurate. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Doesn't mean it's not a scam, bro. Talk about the leaked group texts about how this was supposed to just emulate another lucrative project to exploit your fans for money as quickly as possible off as minimal effort as possible. And then talk about all of the meeting memos about market manipulation and what's an acceptable amount to sell on any given day for the percentage increase, or for the percentage effects on the overall tokenomics. Get into the market manipulation stuff from the actual group text, man. That's what I'd like to hear.
That seemed just like a
Yeah, maybe. If your brain is very smooth, I suppose. Well, everyone may have lost money, and the entire goal may have been to just exploit us for money, but Logan didn't sell. So I guess we weren't scammed. I can see how your mind worked in that way, right?
I've been over a year. So I'll let
So frustrated he doesn't do anything about it.
While we made no money on the project, I think there's the scam narrative. There is more explaining to do.
what was your
Jesus.
Specifically on Reddit, hybrid animals, and the hybrid animals spread on Reddit is hilarious, and there's a bunch of likes and people commenting on it. But the moment that I say that's something that I'm doing, it doesn't work in that time.
I think it was trying to make I think if they didn't have the negative outline on it, people would
No. The fuck are you talking about? It was stock images. Even if the art was bad, if it was created as actually custom art by a real artist, then the critique is just the art's kind of like... The critique is the handmade art claim is wrong. As in, they're using stock images. What is he talking about? His claims were literally handmade art. He talked about how many artists he had on the team. But it was revealed that it was mainly stock photos. Now the hybridization of the art with a panda with a long nose, maybe you had someone drum that up in 5 minutes in Photoshop, I guess. But like even that's a stretch. Discussion he has that's insightful at all. I know that he says that CoffeeZilla is milking victims of his scam, which is a wild thing to say. Just get over it. You lost money. Stop milking it. That is what. Where is that actually? I'll pull that up in case any of you haven't seen that. Where in this podcast is it? Is that each other?
when all this broke, when we were in Qatar, I'll kind of remember this. We were in the spa one day, and I saw the pain in your, and this is, like I said, this is not going to turn into a fucking victim thing. I just want to point this out. I saw this pain in your face, bro, and this like emptiness in your fucking eyes when all this was breaking.
So that wasn't the ultimate part, but that was embarrassing. Jesus Christ, man. When we were in Qatar, in that spa,
Morning sunshine.
surrounded by topless women, drinking expensive champagne, I looked over, checked your phone, CoffeeZilla made a video with your name on it. You knew it was about cryptos, and I saw, through the windows of your soul, I saw your heart broke. So I did what any good friend would do. I put your whole sack into my mouth, and I didn't want to, Logan. Trust me, I didn't want to. But I put it in my nice and warm, and I knew it would comfort me in this time of need. And I'm not trying to play, I'm not trying to make it seem like the victim, but you ruined my entire vacation. CoffeeZilla. Oh, ruined.
Is one of the most painful fucking things in the time. It's where coffee fucked up is by targeting me as some malicious, evil super. If he had told this story objectively.
Did you watch the video? I have to wonder. I actually thought he did a really great job of talking about the other ones as being the really malicious, evil supervillains, and you being the bumbling buffoon. You played the comic relief of the scam, Logan. I have to wonder if you even watched it. Coffee focused very heavily on Crypto King and Eddie. You were just the dummy, like the actual fucking dummy. You said with Monica and Billy.
And told the story
It was as objective as could be.
vilifying me. Regardless, we're still making this right.
I love
But
you.
in my opinion, that's where it got twisted and hurt the most. Dude, I'm sitting in the seat solely because of my fans. I love them. I'll take any picture you want. Unless I'm looking at
You love your fans so much, you're doing it like that. Easy. Your fans mean so much to you, why you so much to take a picture when they ask, holy fuck, what a shame. Give them their money back. Prove it. Give them their money back. But, like, let's say it is 5 or 6 million. Logan Paul, with Prime alone, makes that in like a week. People are fighting each other in the UK for Prime. He could absolutely afford just to give that back. Be like, you know what, guys, I really do like care about you. I'm not just, this isn't just lip service. This wasn't supposed to be a scam. Things got out of control. You lost money. Real people were hurt. And I can't live with that anymore. I'm giving you your initial investments back. And since it's on the blockchain, you have the ledger. You can easily see who invested what so you don't get scammed by people pretending to be investors. And you could easily just give them it back and make it whole. But he won't. He could afford to, though. 100% he could afford to. No, but Charlie, he takes pictures with his fans. That's a good point. A picture is worth more than the millions of dollars that they've lost. Hey, babe. I know I lost money with Dink Doink from Logan Paul last time. Well, I did it again with CryptoZoo, but I got this dope-ass picture with him. Like, look at how happy we look together. What do you mean you're leaving?
not kidding. The guy's good. He's very smart. He manipulates things, twists the truth just the way he wants to. He gets people to believe certain things. He's good. I think it's marketing in a way, right behind the veil of I don't know enough this platform. I'm doing God's work. I'm doing justice, by the way. Go sign up for my Patreon. Go join my Patreon. We're gonna
Which fucking Google laughed at that? Like, this is a bad point anyway. He should be making money from his work. Not to quote the Joker, because that's turbo cringe, but if you're good at something, don't do it for free. Like, he's the best goddamn investigator the platform has. He should be making money from it. I don't see how that's a critique. What's the criticism there? Ah, he did these investigations and he makes money. He can't be trusted.
And that's where this also gets tricky, because I'm not sure what he's fabricating or if people are genuine about what they're saying, because he doesn't verify backgrounds or, like I said, substantiate any evidence. So he's probably.
Do you not believe there's victims?
Put people who have lost here and highlight them. That's what I would do if I were him. I'd make the shit out of him.
Call the victims, Logan.
The more he says, the more he continues to spread this misinformation and disinformation. The more I have for the losses that I definitely.
I do. The disconnect in his brain is wild because he puts it on this lens like the guy, CoffeeZilla, is just someone that doesn't like him, as opposed to a guy who investigated this fully. So he truly believes that everyone that he showcases and every story he tells has to be by a paid actor, and can't comprehend that real people lost a lot of money from his project. Or maybe he can and he pretends to be stupid. Couldn't really tell you. But yeah, he just talks about the people losing money as being milked, or them milking it. Yo, you got scammed. Get over it. I think I really do think Stan's had the best take on it. Like, if he was Logan Paul's guy, he would have advised to just ignore it. And he's absolutely right. I thought the right play would just be make everyone hooligan, refund them. I think that's the morally correct thing to do. But if Logan just wanted the easiest way and just to get out of this as quickly as possible, if he never said anything, he would have been fine, actually. But now he's posted this on both of his main platforms, Logan Paul channel and now Impulsive. All of his audience is now aware of this. Now they've probably watched CoffeeZilla's video, and with all of that evidence, they're going to look at Logan Paul and be like, fuck, this guy hasn't proven his innocence at all. He hasn't even mentioned any of his claims. So he really fucked himself. If he had just ignored it, his audience would have never known, never cared, and he would have been in the same situation. He would have been fine. His fans are definitely not watching CoffeeZilla's video. I disagree. So I actually think since now he's posted it 2 times, he's gonna be like, what is he talking about? What are these scam allegations? I bet it's a bunch of baloney, a bunch of fucking barnacles. Logan would never do that. Let me see what this is. And they'll watch it for even a second, like hate watch it. But then Coffee immediately starts making points and they're like, interesting. His audience now? I don't know, maybe I'm now skewed on what I think his audience is after the CoffeeZilla video, because everyone that he interviewed that got scammed for a lot of money was not a kid. They were young adults. So now maybe I'm under the false idea that his audience is older than they are. I always thought he had like a Disney Channel audience, but after the CoffeeZilla investigation, I became convinced they were older. Plus he's in the WWE now, which is mainly older audience. So I don't know, maybe I could be wrong fully. What I wanted is for him to actually tackle the evidence. I would really like to hear from his side, if there is one. Right now, I'm starting to genuinely doubt he has any legs to stand on there on this situation. But who knows? You didn't see him push Prime at the end. You look like a Prime needed an extra push. It's only on his goddamn phone case on the table, them drinking it constantly, them fiddling with it constantly. Yeah, it needed that extra push. Yeah, surely I needed to see that. Yeah, today's one of those days. Just like chips and salsa at a Super Bowl party, I'm about to double dip in here into some drama. Last week I made a video talking about hypocrisy. In a nutshell, the situation was 2 YouTubers, Scott Schaefer and Yuki, made content talking about Twitch streamers being hypocrites due to the promotion of Fansly during the Streamer Awards, and I was named in both of these videos because prior to this I had mentioned that it was very weird when Aiden Ross pulled up Pornhub on stream in front of his audience, which consisted of all the kids, and meanwhile when Fansly was advertising the Streamer Awards, I just laughed at it. So that's where the hypocrisy allegations come from. That's the genesis of it. And I thought it was an interesting talking point because of the subject matter, but I also wanted to defend myself from hypocrisy allegations that I felt were weightless. And that's what that video I made was all about. Now, Scott Schaefer, as I mentioned, tackled it from more of like a analytical standpoint, breaking down the problem itself. And I still do believe that his intentions are coming from a place of actually caring about the situation. However, the same can't be said about the other content creator, Yuki. In the video I made covering this, I was very charitable with her intentions behind the content. I thought maybe I was wrong and got the incorrect impression on what her content was focused on. I thought it was satirical and ironic and trying to be silly on purpose with subject matter. And I apologize for saying things that may have come across mean-spirited or made it sound like I was shitting on her when that really wasn't my intention. Especially considering we were both playing on the same team, I feel like. We're both saying these things are bad, and for some reason she's at my throat about it because of one difference in that I think showing Pornhub to the audience was worse. Not that that excuses the Fansly promotion, which again I have never once defended or said was a good thing, but this slight difference in perspective on it has led to all of this hostility, and I tried to explain that in the last video because I thought maybe there was just a misunderstanding there, but she took the last video as more of a declaration of war. And another thing I want to come forward with right away, and I didn't think this needed explaining either, one of the core points that she as well as others are making is that this is actually a very insidious plot that I'm hiding on purpose because Ludwig is my friend and QT Cinderella is his girlfriend. QT Cinderella ran the Streamer Awards. She was responsible for the Fansly promotion. So people were saying that I'm, excusing everything she did because she's Ludwig's girlfriend. And I didn't think this needed explaining. This is going to be a common thing. I didn't think a lot of this needed explaining, but I'll do it anyway. I've now said in like 5 videos over the last 5 months, I don't see eye to eye with anyone all the time, even my best friends. So, even though I do respect QT, and of course I respect Ludwig, and I consider them friends, I didn't see eye to eye with QT on this. Thus, I wasn't going to pretend like I did and defend it. I don't do that for anyone, not even my best friends. This wasn't some kind of secret association that was kept on the wrap. I'm very public about Ludwig and I being business partners with fucking Moist Esports, for example, and we do a lot together. That doesn't mean that I'm just going to look the other way on things that I feel differently about. I don't do that for him either. It's not just QT. I have actually talked about things I disagree with Ludwig on publicly as well. This isn't like some kind of big gotcha where it's like, turns out Charlie does know QT. This is why I didn't say anything. This is not the truth. And I did say it wasn't good. And that has become clear after the most recent upload, as well as everything she's been posting on Twitter about me, that little yucky spidey sense that was tingling in the back of my head telling me that she's probably just trolling me to rise out of streaming some fun for personal gain was unfortunately correct. And I'll go ahead and take the bait one more time here. I'll play along and eat this entree of medium well internet beef that she's serving up. She's been egging me on Twitter today to debunk all 20 lies she's caught me on in her most recent video. So I'll accept the challenge. I'll take the cinnamon challenge here and go through MewKitty's most recent upload, Moist Hypocritical Can't Stop Lying.
If you're coming here to see me troll around, I can't anymore. Because Hypocritical lies so much about me and the situation.
Put her money where her mouth is.
That I was forced to re-edit my whole video and now debunk every single lie that was made.
Obviously, I immediately owe huge apology to MewKitty and her whole community because my video was such a stinker that it impeded her ability to make her regularly scheduled trolling. But I do want to come out right away and say that her calling me hypocritical, the play on words, hippo and then critical spelled like my name, is actually such a banger because that is a meme that started on my stream like 6 years ago when I was still streaming on YouTube. I was playing Fortnite and I bought the battle pass for the John Wick skin. And chat fucking erupted when they saw me playing with it because I had for a long time talked about what a big waste of money the battle pass is. You're a fucking troglodyte if you buy the battle pass. And then fucking John Wick skin comes out, it busts down my resolve and I spent money on it. And so chat called me hypocritical just like this. And it became a bit of a meme. So to see her unironically use it here is almost nostalgic to a certain extent, but she's clearly using it to be combative as opposed to like jovial and kidding around.
Everybody, me, is tired of this subject on him defending the promotion of porn to kids. But
we're not even 30 seconds into this video and she's already told her first lie, which is ironic. It almost makes her seem like the hypocrite here. She says that I have defended the promotion of porn to kids. Do you have any evidence to back that up? Do you have a clip of me saying that what QT Cinderella did with promoting fans leader district awards is good? Defending it in any way? Because as far as I can recall, I have only ever said that it's not a good decision. And that as well as Pornhub that Aiden Ross brought up on stream are both bad. I've never once said that what she did was good or defended it, or defended her for the decision to do it. But she likes to tell her audience that I have, without ever showing any clips of me doing it, because it hasn't happened. That is a blatant, bold-faced lie.
First lie manipulates the narrative that he already said both are bad. But that could happen after my video, when his own fans has pressed him for 1 week to say nothing.
And upstream, I talked about this last night. And I'll go ahead and get this out of the way right away. During that stream, in that same video MewKitty has posted on one of her channels, I outright say both are bad.
He never say outright both are bad. All the streams is on my second channel. He defended himself and argued with his viewers for 10 minutes. And after a long battle, he said it's not a great decision, but never said both are bad.
This is a pretty interesting angle to try and play here, trying to catch me on not saying verbatim both are bad until the video went live. Even though I had explicitly said that it wasn't a good decision, which you outright acknowledge in this clip here in your video, and the point I was making in the last video is in that same piece of content you posted on your second channel proudly, I do say it is not a good decision. I don't understand why she's trying to make this argument here, acting like her whole audience has their brain off and can't understand what it means when I say something is not a good decision. That means it's not good, thus is bad. And since I'm talking about the QT Cinderella Fansly promotion woman, that is me saying it is bad. same way I was saying the Aiden Ross Pornhub moment was bad. And I'd actually like to cannonball into the deep end of this pool a little bit and swim around a little more and explore it, because I didn't think this would be necessary. I thought we were all able to introduce human emotion, but it seems like a lot of our arguments are going to pretend like everyone is an actual content think. So I'm just going to overexplain everything. It makes it seem like I never outright said anything or condemned the Fansly promotion during Q4 or called it weird or anything at all. I was just completely tight-lipped radio silent, keeping a secret like I barely had parents and I didn't want to tell anyone. And that's just not the case. During the Fansly promotional moment, I laughed at it. Now, let me ask you, what would I be laughing at if not the absurdity of a Fansly promotion being on Twitch? Scott Schaefer seemed to understand what the joke I was laughing at was, which was the wild nature of a Fansly ad being played.
And when the ad for Fansly actually came up during the stream awards, you can see he actually lets out a little laugh. It seems like he's at least somewhat uncomfortable that this type of content is being promoted during the stream awards. Did I just get a little tickle from under the desk or something? There is nothing to laugh about there, except for the absurdity of the situation. I didn't think that needed explanation, so I didn't even bother to laugh. Something she seemed to harp on that I never made any indication that I found it uncomfortable. And to go a step further, in the following stream and the stream after, in one of the days following the streamer awards, someone in chat had asked me if I thought it was weird that Fansly was advertised during it, and I point blank said yes. And this is actually faster than I called out Aiden Ross in the Pornhub moment. The clip that she plays, as well as the other people play as well, is from the video I made called Aiden Ross Just Got Banned. Maybe you've heard of him over the last week or so because he also just freely streamed porn on Kick. The astute listeners will have heard something very crucial there. I had said, over the last week, you may have heard of this. It had been about a week since the Aiden Ross Pornhub Armageddon moment, and I had only mentioned it for around 50 seconds of this 11-minute video, which was focused on something else entirely. I just mentioned it because I was talking about a lot of the goofy things he's done recently. So I was just talking about it briefly, and it had taken me a week to even mention it. So I was actually faster to call the QT Fansly promotion weird than I was to call the Aiden Ross Pornhub situation weird. I didn't just ignore it. That is just a blatant lie. However, I don't want to be guilty of the same sin Yuki's already committed of making a claim without any evidence to back it up, where she said at the beginning of this video that I defended the promotion of porn to minors, which is a sickening thing to even say. But the reason I'm mentioning this is because I cannot provide a clip of where I replied to chat about the Fansly promotion being weird, because I don't fucking feel like combing through 14 hours worth of streams the day and the day after the stream awards went on. I really don't feel like going through it. So since I'm not providing the video evidence for it, I'm not going to use this as a point in my defense. So going forward, we're going to work under the assumption that I never said anything publicly about it on stream, and the only indication I made to condemning it or that I thought it was bad was when I laughed at it during the moment.
Which is weeks after the call out.
Pretty clear from reading her comments, not like her personal comments, but like the audience comments, that the majority of the people didn't even watch the full statement. There must be a ghost in the machine of this lie counter on the screen, because it's going wacko mode. I don't know what's being counted as lies here, because her points haven't changed, yet the counter's going up. I'm guessing it's because she's trying to say that the timeline condemns me. It had been about a week before I responded to her video, so my speed to the response was suboptimal. I didn't, get there like the fucking Power Rangers in time to talk about it. The explanation there should be pretty obvious to any sentient human being out there. I didn't see it until a couple days before I talked about it on the stream. I had meant to talk about it the next day, but I forgot. I don't remember why, and I apologize. Maybe I should have talked about it the very second that I finished watching it, but I forgot. And then the following day or whatever, when the UK's community kept spamming it, I did get a little upset because I just don't like spam, and I was already talking about other things. So yes, I did get a little upset about the spam, and I do apologize for that. That's just something that always grinds my fucking ass. I don't like spam, but I'm being completely genuine. I actually don't understand what the point she's making here is. That I was slow to respond to it, thus I'm guilty, I guess. I don't really think that's a very strong point.
The next lie is also very important, and it's done many times, where he words, I didn't do the exact same statement, when he didn't do any statement at all.
Thus, I disagree that it's hypocritical that I made statements about Aiden Ross and the porn thing being really weird, and I didn't make the exact same statements for Cutie Cinderella's fans responses. What? I don't actually really get what you're saying with this one. Is it an issue with the way I laid out the situation? In the clip you played, I'm just laying out the situation where people are upset that I had made a statement about Aiden Ross and streaming Pornhub to be weird, and then didn't turn around and make the exact same statement for Cutie Cinderella and the fans information. Was the issue me saying exact same? The word exact? Was that the problem? The pressure point? Because if so, I guess we can dive into that a bit. Maybe we need to start with a definition of hypocrisy, I suppose. So again, this whole video I made was just defending me from the hypocrisy allegations, not minimizing the actual subject matter, which I find to be a pretty important talking point. It was just defending myself from the claims of hypocrisy. So I tackled it by pointing out that the Aiden Ross Pornhub situation and the QT Fansley situation were different, albeit both bad, and do have similar elements to them. So in this section where I said I didn't say the exact same thing, I'm highlighting that when people were criticizing me, they're talking about me not making like a whole video talking about the QT fans information, I believe. So that was my definition of exact same. And I'll clear up confusion. I didn't make a whole video about the Aiden Ross Pornhub thing either. That was 50 seconds of an 11-minute video that was unrelated to that. And I did mention that the QT thing was weird. So in order for the situation to have been hypocritical, I would have needed to shit all over Aiden Ross and call it the worst thing in the world, get the pitchfork out because it showed the Pornhub moment. And meanwhile, pat Cutie Cinderella on the back and defend it, applaud it, say that the Fansley promotion is totally fine. That would have been hypocritical. And I was arguing that since that wasn't the case, it wasn't. Like the word exact wasn't really a core part of anything I was discussing. Now, I would like to, however, throw her a life raft on a point here because I do think there is valid criticism of me here. I've said this for a long time. No one is above criticism. Of course, that includes me as well. I do think that maybe I didn't come out hard enough against it, so maybe that led to a lot of confusion on how I felt about it. With Aiden Ross, I didn't make a whole video talking about the Pornhub thing I did. It's a very small piece of the video. So I never made a video about that. The Cutie Cinderella situation, I only ever mentioned on stream, and I think only like one time. So even though I didn't make a whole video on the Aiden Ross Pornhub thing, it was pretty clear how I felt about it. Whereas Cutie Cinderella, if you weren't watching the stream, it's possible that you didn't understand where I stood. So I do think that is a valid criticism where I didn't make it clear enough where I was at with it, and I think that would have been a good point to make. However, it's not hypocritical because at no point have I ever defended it, and I wouldn't defend it either. So I still disagree entirely with any of it being even remotely hypocritical, but I do, however, agree that I should have made it clearer where I stood on the whole situation.
He keeps pushing on this narrative that we missed the clip that proves he's not a hypocrite. But the clip is after my video, the day before this video. So he uses the word prove, which in the viewer's mind means that he's proving something. But the clip is after my video. Guys, do you understand?
I'm saying, although prove that it's there right now, real quick, before getting into why, of course, advertising Fansley, OnlyFans, or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision.
Imagine how many people fell for this. Look at Asmongold's reaction.
I don't understand. What? I'm being left more confused than the first time I watched Inception when I was but a young whippersnapper. What is the point you're making here? All I was saying is a lot of the comments were calling me out for never even saying that it was bad, which is just wrong, and why I said you must have missed the clip. So I just proved that it is in that clip that is already on your fucking channel. That is what I was saying, is that I did say that Cutie Cinderella and OnlyFans or Fansley promotion is not a good decision. That is me calling it bad. So I was just saying that you might have missed it, and I was just proving that it is there in the content you posted. I did say it. That's the only thing I was saying. This has nothing to do with a timeline. This was talking about the people that were saying I never even said it was bad, when I did.
From the false lens. He then lies about Fansley having a lot of obstacles.
So I view the advertisement very differently than a lot of people because even when you scan the QR code, you're still still don't immediately get porn. There's already a lot of degrees of separation, a lot of obstacles to go through.
What happens? This is crazy that this website is being promoted in front of hundreds of thousands of children because as soon as I go to the homepage, I am instantly greeted with an open vagina despite the account being underage.
This is the most disgustingly manipulative part of her entire video here, because if she goes forward in this clip, I then go on to say that I didn't have the knowledge that Fansly wasn't secure and that it didn't actually have any safeguards in place to prevent under 18-year-olds from accessing the content on its site. I was under the assumption that there was ID verification and a lot of obstacles in order to go through in order to set up your account. In that video that she is playing, I said that these things turned out to be false, and I was wrong. That it is actually easy for anyone to have an account there that is underage and access the content. But I didn't know that prior. Now, the whole point I was making with this statement, this section here, is that there is still a degree of separation between Aiden Ross just bringing up full-blown porn, we're talking fully penetrative fucking goatsy porn on stream, versus the Fansly advertisement, which had no nudity at all. The point I was making is they were different in that they weren't just the exact same thing done by two different people. Granted, they are both sexual content for sure. The Fansly advertisement was not full-blown porn right into his face right on rip. Thus, I was arguing it was different. Now, it's very clear to me Kitty has never been bothered to do the bare minimum of scanning that QR code during the Fansly advertisement. She's using a different video to try and make her point for her without doing even just a little bit of work. If you scan that QR code, I'll show you exactly what happens. This is the first thing that pops up. This is like the peanut butter and jelly of safeguards, the most inefficient shit ever. Are you 18? Yes or no, basically. But this is already something that contradicts a lot of what people were saying, where there was no 18 plus at all. If you scan the QR code, you immediately get fucking porn. That is not true. That's not a point you, Kitty, was making, but I do want to address that. It's not like you just scanned that and immediately got porn. You did have this same safeguard that apparently Kick has, that a lot of people said is why the Aiden Ross situation is actually not as bad as this, because at least there was an 18 plus warning. Well, there is an 18 plus warning here too, so they're very similar in that regard. Now, once you enter, you're still not getting porn. You then go to this like Twitter thing. It's like some kind of Fansly Twitter thing, where if you scroll down, you still don't get porn. You get their little red carpet interview moments. Then, if you go to the very first link there, then you go to the actual Fansly site, and once again, you still don't get nudity. Now, the pictures are more sexual, but still, the nudity is blurred out. In order to actually access the porn, you have to claim the subscription and then make an account or sign in with Twitch. There is a lot more you have to go to get the porn out of the Fansly advertisement versus the Aiden Ross just pulling up the porn as a jump scare in front of the entire fucking audience out of nowhere. That's the point I was making. These are two very different situations, but did have commonality that makes them both bad. But I still believe the Aiden Ross one is worse. You don't immediately get the porn from the Fansly advertisement, and it's not exactly 2 clicks away, but it is still extremely easy to access and has no real age verification in place to ensure that your account is 18 plus. If you sign in with Twitch, it just kind of fucking takes them at their word, like, Scout's honor, you're 18 plus, I believe you, and then gives you the porn, which is a problem. That is an issue, and that was not knowledge I had prior to the whole situation. I was under the impression that no kids could really access it due to like actual safeguards that would ensure only 18 plus were using it, like an ID check or something. But that is not the case, which is why I've admitted I was wrong about it. But they are still two very different situations where you don't immediately get porn on the Fansly advertisement versus literally being shown porn with the Aiden Ross moment. But that does not excuse the QT promotion. It is still bad. We are on the same side. I don't know why she can't see this.
He lied about not saying a statement immediately, which indicates to the viewer that he did say one when he never did. God, when he just said that anyone can access and you only need your Twitch account.
Is completely different than an advertisement to a platform which does have porn, but a lot of things that they'd have to do in order to access it.
Then ends the video with saying neither is great.
Classic New Kitty. She leaves out the part in that video where I admit I was wrong about not knowing how easy it was to access. Because it helps her point if she leaves that shit out. I said it in the video, I've just addressed it again here. There are more things you have to go through in order to access porn from the Fansly advertisement as opposed to Aiden Ross just putting the porn right in your fucking face and shaking it around, but neither are good. I also was under the assumption that Fansly was only accessible to 18 plus after you verify your age. I don't use the platform I thought you had to verify you were 18 plus in order to even get to the pornographic content. Thus, I thought it was even harder for children to have gotten porn out of that advertisement if they weren't of age. Not only would they have had to leave the platform to get it, they would then have to verify their age and make an account for it. I thought there was a lot of stuff that was making it very difficult to do. But according to some research now, it actually seems like Fansly is extremely easily accessible for anyone of any age. There's not a whole lot of security to it based on the things I've read, which is knowledge I didn't have last night. Super weird that she just happened to have left out that part where I openly admit that I was wrong about the ease of access to the porn, where I admit that I completely was on the wrong assumption as to how difficult it was to access all of it. I'm sure she didn't mean to exclude it on purpose. It probably wasn't malicious. She might have just overlooked it.
But he only called out one, which is the point. But he still doesn't think he's a hypocrite. This is the best example of a hypocrite in denial. Both are bad, or in other words, neither is great. If the only one he called out was a stranger and the one he didn't was his business partner, right? How is this hard to understand?
I'm getting more and more tempted just to go through goddamn streams for 14 fucking hours to find the part where I do say that the QT Fansly promotion was weird after replying to chat, but I'm not going to be talking about it. We're going to continue to push forward without that. Even still, me laughing at it, I do think is pretty obvious, but we're going to throw that to the side as well. Even still, we'll throw both of those aside. I am saying it's bad. I have now talked more about how bad QT's family promotion is than the Aiden Ross porn situation, you kitty. Like, I don't know how much clearer to make it. There isn't some deeper cut that I thought I made it clear. I was wrong. I didn't make it clear enough where I said, all right, that's fine. It's a legitimate criticism you have of me. But it is not hypocritical because I have never defended it. I have never applauded it, and I've never tried to bury it or anything or hide my feelings on it. I thought it was clear and I was wrong. But I am saying, and I've said many times now, it's not good. It's not. Like, you are making an issue out of nothing. We are on the same team, and you are dragging this on, and it is getting absolutely fucking shameless.
Since I like his content, being you lie, I've never said this. And I'm genuinely upset with him when I've never expressed anything against him.
Boy howdy, this is a bunch of hullabaloo nonsense points now. I'll go ahead and openly admit maybe I'm wrong on that first point there where I said she doesn't like my content. Maybe you're a huge fan of the content. I guess I could be wrong. I was making an educated guess based on the way that you talk about me on Twitter and in the comment section. But I guess I could be wrong. Maybe you absolutely love my shit. Maybe you're a huge fan of the Moist Wrestling League. I don't know. I guess you're right. I didn't know for sure. I was just reading between the lines of everything you've been saying about me and posting about me. The next point is about her being upset. I assumed she was passionate about the topic, but maybe that was the wrong thing to assume. Maybe she's only ever treated this like fake outrage. I gave her the benefit of the doubt that she actually cared about the subject, so I assumed she would be upset if she genuinely thought I was defending it. So I guess I was wrong about that. Maybe she doesn't care about any of this, and this is all just a big game to troll for her. So yeah, I guess I could have been wrong there too, for sure. I'll admit that could have been the wrong assumption to make. And then line number 11 had me really scratching my head here, and then calling it an ego thing. It was part of an apology to you, because I said on stream that I really didn't like the way you edited the content. I called it Zoomer editing, and I said that sounded mean-spirited when I didn't mean it to. I just meant that it's not my personal cup of tea. I've never been one to really like huge amount of sound effects and a lot of crazy effects and sounds and music going on. And I said I didn't really like it, and it came across mean-spirited, so I apologized. I wanted to make sure that you didn't feel like I was insulting you personally, like I fucking hated you, just because I didn't like the editing. I don't know what the lie is here. I was being honest. I still don't like the editing. That's just me being honest. That's not a lie. I don't really know what this part here is. I just can't even understand there's a real debate. I know Mew Kitty's really upset.
He starts lying about me saying Aiden Ross did the exact
I don't
same
claim to
thing
be the creator,
when
but I'm
I've
a savior.
never said
I
that.
take the strange variables of human life
She really thinks that the Aiden Ross
and make something out of the crazy quilt that saves hundreds of lives.
Again, I could be fully wrong here about her being upset. She had made 3 tweets about me within like 2 hours right before I went live. So to me it sounded like she was passionately upset about this whole situation. And like I said, if she was actually caring about the subject, I feel she had every right to. If she really believed that I was defending it and okay with it. So, again, I could have been wrong. Now, I like how she cuts off what I was about to say there because I still think this is something very important. Her video has me in it, side by side with my Aiden Ross statement where I said it was weird that he pulled up porn to his viewers that had kids watching, versus me laughing at QT pulling up the porn advertisement to viewers that had kids watching. So, what everyone inferred, including myself, is that she was saying these situations are the same, and Moist Critical is a hypocrite because he called the Aiden Ross thing weird, but didn't say it was weird when QT did it. That is the assumption I and everybody else who saw that video made. Pretty much everyone who watched your video interpreted that moment as you saying that Charlie said Aiden Ross' Pornhub moment was weird, but didn't have that same energy or say the QT Family promotion was weird. Thus, he is a hypocrite. So my point was, if this is what you were saying, and it seemed to me and most people that it was what you were saying, that these are the same thing, and thus Charlie is a hypocrite, then I said, put your money where your mouth is, and in your next video, play the Aiden Ross uncensored, unedited Pornhub moment, and then play the QT Cinderella Fanzine promotion unedited, uncensored, and we'll see how closely related they are. We'll see if they really are the exact same situation. And I was saying, I don't think you do that, and for good reason, because the Aiden Ross Pornhub moment's gonna get you banned because it's fucking porn, whereas the QT Fanzine promotion has nothing sexually super explicit, no nudity. I played that entire advertisement in my last video and it was totally fine. That one is a safe to watch thing that links to things that are not safe for minors to watch, which is bad. That is not good, but it is not exactly the same situation as Aiden Ross bringing up Pornhub, and that's what I thought and most people thought you were saying with your video with me at the end. So I challenged you to prove that you felt that way by playing both of these uncensored and unedited side by side to prove if you really felt they were exactly the same. You have now kind of backpedaled on that, or maybe we were all wrong and that's not exactly what you're saying. I guess that's totally possible as well. But I think we can all recognize that what Aiden Ross did is not the exact same thing QT Cinderella did with the Fanzine promotion, but it does not excuse the Fanzine promotion. I hate that I have to keep hammering that home now, but I'm going to keep saying it because it apparently needs to be made abundantly clear.
Then he lies about saying both are bad and called one much weirder, which indicates that he called Cutie weird when he never did.
I don't know how many times I have to say they're both bad, but one's definitely worse, which is why I called it much weirder.
And that is why everybody's calling him out.
The one is definitely worse, which is why I called it much weirder. Much quicker. Once again, this is referring to the situation after all of this had happened, where I had now said 1,000 fucking times that the QT Fancy promotion is weird too, but the Aiden Ross Pornhub one is much weirder. Right? That's what I'm saying. This is all post-game now. After all of this has blown over, this is that stream right after all of this, I said that it is weird, and that the Aiden Ross one is still much weirder. I don't know what's getting lost.
And one of the most biggest lies is that he said that it was not good and he was uncomfortable when he saw the ad on Streamer Awards. This never happened.
As opposed to laughing and saying that, yeah, that was uncomfortable and not good.
Let me prove it for the lazy ones.
I have to imagine she's doing this on purpose. It is just going in circles. Laughing at it, I still think is pretty clear. I am laughing at the absurdity of it, and that it is weird, silly, uncomfortable, and all of the things I've said about it since. That's what I'm saying with calling it uncomfortable. All the things I have said about it since. Like, I don't know where things are going so awry here.
He then keeps on lying that there is an 18 verification when he just admitted in his video that he posted that there isn't.
He's saying there's no 18 plus tag on the Fancy ad where it's taking up the verified being 18. Yeah, but on the actual porn website you have to verify being 18. So if we're going to talk about verification, then you still need to verify you're 18 to see the porn with Fancy.
I thought you had to verify you were 18 plus in order to even get to the pornographic content, but according to some research now, it actually seems like Fancy is extremely easily accessible for anyone of any age. There's not a whole lot of security to it based on the things I've read, which is knowledge I didn't have last night.
Still need to verify you're 18 to see the porn with Fancy.
Hey, there we go. Kitty finally came around to playing the rest of that clip, where I admit that I got a lot of the information wrong about how easily accessible Fancy is, which contradicts a couple of the lies she pointed out earlier. I'm glad she finally shoehorned it in at the very end. Now, maybe I shouldn't use the word verify here, but I did just pull up on screen what happens when you scan the code. You have to confirm that you are 18 by hitting enter, which is the same thing Kick had. The whole context of that situation was people saying Kick had the 18 plus verification just to watch the stream. And I was saying, well, by that metric, Vansley had the same safeguard, where you still had to hit 18 to enter. I shouldn't have used the word verification, I should have used safeguard, because it's not verification. That was an absolutely wrong word to use there, and I fully own up to that. That was not the correct word to use, but it was on the fly, and we were heated, so I used the wrong word and fumbled it. It was a safeguard. Kick didn't have an 18 verification either. It was, are you 18 to start watching? Yes. Which is the exact same thing that Fancy had. Are you 18 to go to this next page? Yes. That's what I'm saying. That's the whole context there.
He then keeps on brainwashing the narrative that he didn't do it immediately when he never did anything. It's a lie, guys.
And the one I did talk about immediately after it happened.
And now he lies again because it was kind of weird and just proved that he did it.
After it happened, I laughed and said later, wow, that was kind of weird.
I don't know how many times she's going to make the exact same statement and chalk it up to a new lie. This is getting ridiculous now. For the 50th fucking time, she keeps saying that I didn't make a statement. I have now made 2 full videos about this whole situation, saying the same thing, that it's inexcusable bad, not good, suboptimal, not great, awful, uncomfortable, yucky, stinky. That's what I'm talking about. I've said that a ton of times now. The initial laugh I thought was clear from the get-go at what I was laughing at, but I guess not. I forgot we're in the age of Twitter where you have to end everything with like a slash sarcasm or something to give like your tone and behavior so everyone fully fucking understands what's going on in a situation. But regardless, I recognize I may not have made it clear enough, which is where confusion could have arisen. But I don't know why she's still pretending like I've somehow defended this. I have never defended it, ever. And I have now talked about this so much more than I've talked about the Aiden Ross situation, which I still believe was worse, no matter how you try and spin it. Like, this is getting absolutely absurd.
He then lies about me harping on him and bringing him up. I think this is to make his fans defend him, but I never harped on him.
That's the whole point. Why does she keep bringing me up, harping on me? Because I laughed at it.
Oh my god, another completely useless empty calorie here. Harping, maybe the wrong word. You posted about me, I think 8, 9 times now on Twitter, and you made like 6 or 7 YouTube comments. So yeah, it felt like you were really harping on it.
Now that I've shown how much he lies, I'm gonna touch on why he's a hypocrite. Same thing happened when he tried to scam the fans with overpriced computers. He only changed when they exposed him. Then suddenly criticism exists. Instead, the owner of Starforge, which he is a co-owner of, he never mentioned his name in the video. Is that a coincidence? Well, when Rich Campbell got kicked out of OTK, he didn't make a video on that either. So I see a pattern, and I called it out.
Yes, of course, no Mew Kitty video is complete without piling a ton of dog shit lies right at the end. So there's a lot here, and I'll unpack them all real quick. So immediately she pulls the gloves off and starts spitting and shitting. She calls Starforge PCs a scam, or insinuates that it was scamming its customers, which is fucking wild because pretty much no one thinks that way, minus Tech Tips fucking reviewed it and had an overwhelmingly positive review for the most part. He had legitimate criticism that we took to heart, appreciated, and used to better the company and the product, but no one really has anything negative to say about it because Starforge PCs is a legitimate passion project that aims to actually provide the best value, the best computers you can possibly find in the market. This is starting to sound like a fucking ad, but it is the truth. She's referring to our rocky launch, and we all admit the launch of Starforge wasn't swimming. It didn't go super smooth. And that's just the sad reality of it. It's something that we deeply regret, but we used it to improve it and fix it, and now it is just the best that there is on the market. But she then tries to draw a parallel between Starforge and OTK, more specifically Mizkif. Mizkif last year fell into some hot water with a whole sexual assaults cover-up scandal, and she pulls out a video saying that it's curious that I didn't mention Mizkif in it. Must be because he's one of the co-owners of Starforge PC. Well, that's fucking weird, because she pulled a video where I just wasn't talking about the situation in general. The video where I did talk about it was a totally unrelated one. So I'll go ahead and play the clip where I do mention it and say that I'm giving proper respect to the victim due to the severity of the case, because normally with internet drama, I'm just covering the wacky and goofy shit, and sexual assault is nothing wacky and goofy. That's fucking horrifying. Here's the clip. So let's go ahead and start with Twitch, since I already made that video breaking it all down, and a lot's changed and lots evolved since then. So I briefly mentioned a very serious that happened on Twitch involving sexual assault, potential cover up with all kinds of moving parts of that story. That's not something I treat as goofy drama. So again, I'm not going to go into super big detail on that whole situation, but I will say that that story has had a lot of twists and turns to it, where now all of a sudden the focus isn't on the victim of the sexual assault or like the perpetrator. It's now shifted entirely from big streamers just pointing the fingers at each other and calling each other names and throwing any of the big term buzzwords at each other as they can possibly muster, and it is just kind of a mess. I again don't really keep it super lightly, so I'm not going to talk too much about it. I recommend listening to the case and getting from her. It's so weird, and there's very clear evidence that I have mentioned it, and if you want even more, I do have a video on my second channel where I go into it more in depth after the OTK investigation came out, where I said I wasn't super satisfied and would have liked to see the actual evidence due to the severity of the case. I would have liked everything to be transparent so I could really see what happened here, because of how outspoken I had been about this whole situation with Ms. Kiff and everyone involved. But she couldn't be bothered to do any amount of research, even the fucking bare minimum, where if you just type in my name plus Ms. Kiff, that video pops up right away. And I've talked about it on stream at length too, for hours. Like, it is something I very deeply did and do care about. She then makes another fucking lie, saying that I never talked about Rich Campbell and made a video about him. But once again, that was another horrifying situation that is not wacky, goofy internet drama that I usually will cover. So that was one I didn't make a video on, she's correct. But I did have a whole stream dedicated to talking about the fucking situation, which she could easily find if she just typed in my name plus Rich Campbell. Here's just a small excerpt from it. She's blatantly fucking lying in a video where she's calling out my supposed lies. And just when you thought it couldn't get more embarrassing, she's got one more final point to make.
Responded to this, to the promotion of porn to an audience who are minors, his response was, yeah, it's not a great decision. It's just one of those things.
Of course, advertising Fansly, OnlyFans, or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision. It's one of those things, yeah.
One of those things? Like it's a daily thing we all do?
Yeah, it's one of those things. One of those bad things. I don't know how you even interpret that statement as just another one of those days in the calendar. It's one of those bad things, those bad decisions. It's all so plain and clear. I know she's doing this on purpose to get a rise out of me, and it has absolutely worked. It gets under my skin because there are actually people that think she's being serious, and it makes me fucking upset. And it is entirely her fault for that, because she continues to play into this character that just says the most incendiary, off-the-wall nonsense shit and makes the worst points defending whatever she's trying to talk about. Now, I at first was very charitable, thinking that she was coming from a place of genuine care. That is obviously not the reality of the situation. So this is my full response to everything she said here, and hopefully this will be the end of it, because again, if she really does care about it, then we're on the same team, because I think it was a problem too. I don't think it was a good thing that Fansly got promoted at the Streamer Award. I've said it a lot. I've said it now, again, for the millionth fucking time. So this is, once again, me just defending myself from hypocrisy allegations. There are real things you can criticize me for, like not making it clear enough in the beginning. That is something I do regret. I should have been a lot clearer with how I felt about it. I feel like I missed the mark there. But hopefully all this is cleared up, exactly where I stand on all of it. I'm tired of her pretending that because Ludwig's my friend, I've defended QT. I haven't. I've done the opposite. I've said I don't support her. So I don't know why she keeps running with that narrative and trying to push that agenda that is just not the truth, which is very ironic considering her whole video is about how I wasn't being truthful. So it's wild. This whole situation is just stupid. Really fucking stupid. That's about it. See ya.
can't live in fear. I can't stand idly by and watch us stumble into the madness of possible nuclear destruction. And so I've come to a decision. I'm going to do what our governments have been unwilling or unable to do. Effective immediately, I'm going to rid our planet of all nuclear weapons.
tone down our headlines. Lacey, that's all a common man reads.
Do with a little less sensationalism.
Less sensational papers go broke. I thought too long ago that the business of newspapers is business.
No, Daddy. Our business is journalism. We can't continue to be so irresponsible, otherwise we're going to lead everyone into a disaster.
Oh, don't be overdramatic, young lady. What kind of disaster could we possibly help bring about?
Oh, thank God. How'd I get myself into this?
You all right?
A bomb! There's a bomb up there. There's not a bomb. Hey, I'm hungry. You hungry?
Lois, you're amazing.
Why, you hungry?
No, here you are standing in front of one of nature's most awesome spectacles, and you're thinking about food. I mean, aren't you impressed?
But once a girl's seen Superman in action, Niagara Falls becomes cold.
Again, huh?
I'm sorry. One-track mind. Well, my one-track mind's hungry.
I thought.
Oh, can I have some orange juice? Freshly
Please,
squeezed.
I know, okay.
Let him prove it.
Then die as you deserve to. Take him. He's yours.
Big one's just as strong as Superman.
Not one, not two, but 3 new features now available on Beehive. First, a pay what you want subscription option that allows
uploading their video. I'm going to expose the 10 things that you should never do. But why listen to me? Well, I have 4 YouTube channels. One with 4.5 million subscribers called Serum, the other one with 450,000 subscribers, another one with 100,000 subscribers, and this one which I got monetized in under 2 weeks. I actually made the first crucial mistake on this channel right here. It was one of my newer videos, a 1 out of 10. It was doing so good, going up in views every hour since I posted it. Everything was going great until I realized I forgot to add manual chapters. This allows you to show what each part of the video is, so the audience can jump around to the parts that interest them instead of clicking off. Since I planned on putting in chapters but I forgot to, I'm just like, okay, I'll do it after the fact, and I added them. I saved the changes. 10 minutes later, I went back, and my real-time views got cut in half. It literally killed my video. From my 13 years of YouTube experience, I knew I had just made a huge mistake because I've seen this happen before, which we'll get into. But the first thing that you should never do is add manual chapters or remove them after the video has been posted. YouTube treats it like a completely different video because it can perform differently based on the retention. Chapters can either increase the amount of time people watch the video for, or it can decrease it if it is a video that doesn't work with chapters as well. In my case, the retention stayed just as good, so there wasn't any negative effect, but it still killed my video. So if you're gonna put in chapters, make sure you do it before you post it. The next thing you should never do right after uploading a YouTube video is something I've done way too many times. I've learned the hard way, and I'm telling you this so you don't have to. Whenever you have a video getting a good amount of views on YouTube, it's performing well for you. It's because the whole package is working together like a well-oiled machine. The video is good, the title was good, the thumbnail was good. If you change any of those things, YouTube's gonna treat it like a completely new video in terms of promoting it through the YouTube algorithm. So the key here is that if you already have a video that's performing well, don't change anything. Now this may seem obvious, but even changing the capitalization of letters in your title will cause this to happen. If you make any change, no matter how small it is, and you save it, you will instantly see a drop in your views because YouTube needs time to process the change you just made. Now if you're changing something for the better, then I would recommend changing it. As long as you're 100% sure it's better than the old thumbnail you're changing or the old title. But in most cases, if a video is already popping off, there's no reason to change anything. The formula's working.
With over 2 billion monthly users, YouTube Ads makes it easy to expand your reach, target the right audience,
I have 0 chatters, so it's hard to make good content. This is what I get told constantly by you watching these videos, that you can't keep talking and you can't make good content because, again, you have 0 chatters and 0 viewers, and that's what's holding you guys back. Seriously, every time I tell you guys to make good content in order to grow and get those first chatters and keep talking non-stop, the comments get flooded with, sitting there talking to 0 viewers is brain dead. You're out of touch. Make videos that help you on affiliates. Twitch needs to remove the 3 viewer rule for affiliates. Okay, I understand today I'm going to give you the perfect growth tool for someone with 0 viewers and 0 chatters. But it is a bit of a process and not some magical quick fix because actual help never is. There's no plug-in or magic way for you to grow, which means we start where we always do, the first step, which sadly is a bit of a hard truth. I had to hear it and it sucks, but ultimately it helped me grow, so I feel like I have to be the bearer of bad news to help you guys grow. Hey, what's that ominous glow in the distance? Look, if you honestly believe having 0 viewers or 0 chatters is holding you back, then the hard truth is you're most likely holding yourself back, especially from making good content. And if you don't agree, that's okay, but I need to say it. So first, let's ignore the fact about how viewers and chatters won't exist unless you make good content for them to chat about, right? Given that's if they can even get past the pre-roll ads on Twitch these days. Personally, I believe having 0 viewers and chatters is an excuse. Don't get me wrong, it's a damn good excuse, but you are still making an excuse as to why you can't make good content. And before you get mad at me, I know you're making an excuse because I make excuses just like that all the time. I tell myself, I can't put energy into that massive idea. I only have 100 average viewers. Or I shouldn't spend time on that video I'm really excited about. It won't get views. And I'll tell you what, guys, I am the first to admit that is idiotic. This might sound surprising, but you will always have a mindset that you need to be bigger to do the cool stuff or to be more successful. But that makes no sense. You get bigger by doing the cool things. You become successful by trying to aim for quality with what you have now for who you have now. And unless you shut down the idea that you need to be bigger before you have now for who you have now. And unless you shut down the idea that you need to be bigger before you can make good content, well, then you're setting yourself up for failure. But I think just changing one tiny little part of your mindset can solve the problem. But that is step 1. Admitting you and I sometimes make excuses, okay? Moving on to step 2. If you still honestly believe that you need to have chatters in order to keep yourself talking to make good content, then I have a question for you. Why is it that you need chatters to make good content when YouTubers making probably similar content to yours are able to record for 2 to 3 hours offline without a single chatter and they can keep talking? They don't have their mum sat off to the side during recordings pretending to be Twitch chat, aka posting racial slurs or asking if you want to buy followers. But seriously, YouTubers don't know what is being kept in the final edit. They don't know when something hilarious, interesting, or amazing could happen. They just have to make that recording as engaging as possible all by themselves, so that there is more to work with in the edit. It is essentially streaming to 0 viewers. You might have your own theories, but the reason I think they're able to do this is because I lied. They actually do have a viewer. No, I'm joking. You see, even if they have 0 subscribers, they actually do have one single viewer no matter what in those recording sessions. And that is their editor. Who, to be fair, that could actually be their mum. Their mum could be editing for them. I don't know, I'm not judging. YouTubers have to try and try and try and fail over and over and over at making good, engaging recordings with 0 chatters. But where this changes, where it then goes a step further, is they then have to sit down and often edit it themselves, which forces them to learn exactly where they failed at being funny, being engaging, or being just generally good at creating content. They see all of their worst moments, all the flaws, every bit of dead air, every time they pick their nose, every fart that they shouldn't have trusted, everything. And it is brutal to try edit a funny or great moment and see all the ways that you screwed it up. But that brutality is key to learning how to improve. As always, this is the part of the video where I explain how I'm an embarrassing failure. Just a few weeks ago, I sat down to edit a Fall Guys video, and holy crap, it was impossible. because I wouldn't stop talking to chat about random crap during big, exciting gameplay moments that would be great in a video. I got a crown and won an entire game, but ruined it because I was trying to ask chat questions about pineapple on pizza, to keep them active, to make me feel better and not have an empty chat. How dumb is that? That anyone wouldn't like pineapple on pizza, I mean. That frustration of having bad footage to edit with or struggling with dumb mistakes often makes the motivation needed to be better next time. It helps me and you and anyone doing this improve. It keeps them talking and making good content the next time they sit down to record. I will admit there is a difference. The difference
inspired. Lofi inspired. Fight.